It's 5 years you can cancel. I mean, no, wait, wait.
Out
What
of
is
state,
it?
no, new construction for out of state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. What's the right of rescission there?
The 7
7
days.
I
days.
thought it
7
was
days.
5 days. Oh.
It's 7
7
days,
days.
including for new construction for in-state, large in-state subdivisions, which are 100 units or more, or if it's less than 100 units, has common area elements. It's 7 days as well. The new construction for the discovery of off-site conditions, what's the right of rescission for that?
5 days.
That's 5 days. And resale properties, what's the right of rescission for resale properties?
3 days.
3 days, that's your attorney review period. And then for the purchase money mortgages, what's the right of rescission for mortgage contracts?
48 hours. I don't know.
3 years?
For purchase money mortgages,
Oh.
0.
Oh.
When do you sign the paperwork for those? At the closing table. And what
Oh,
happens
right.
to the money? It gets distributed so many different ways you can't claw it back. So there's no right of rescission for that. And for the mortgages to refinance presently owned property, what's the right of rescission on that?
I don't know that one.
That's 3 days, right?
3 years.
3 years.
Oh, wait, 3 years. What the hell am I talking about? 3 days.
I'm like,
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Woo, 3 days. You're right. You're right. Wow, 3 years. Where the hell did that come from? 3 days. Yes, correct. All right. So option agreements have to be prepared by attorneys. Those are any contracts that give somebody an option to do something or not. They're considered to be unilateral contracts. We cannot prepare them like a lease with an option to buy. Land contracts is the next thing where we left off on towards the end of chapter 11, page 190. Everybody there?
yes.
I think we should have a separate slide on that. Here's all your rights of rescission again. Okay, here's the breakdown of a land contract. Okay, so a land contract, do not confuse it with a ground lease, which we haven't gone over yet. That's going to be in chapter 12. Ground lease is when you rent somebody's land and you construct a building on it. A land contract is not a contract to buy land. A land contract is a type of seller financing. It's also known as an installment sales contract, kind of like a lease to own, where the buyer makes payments in installments and they wait for the deed. The owner doesn't turn over the deed to them just yet. With your typical seller financing, it works just like with a bank. The owner turns over the deed to you, they hand over the ownership, and you're going to make your monthly mortgage payments to them just like you would a bank. However, with a land contract, the owner does not sign the deed and turn it over to the buyer until they paid off the full amount owed or any other amount that they agreed upon. It's a type of seller financing where the owner does not turn over the deed until the buyer's paid off what's owed. All right. But the buyer does have a financial interest in that property. So if you have a land contract on a property, you're kind of renting to own, it's harder to get somebody out if that buyer stops making mortgage payments to the seller, to the owner. It's harder to get them out than a renter. Easier to get them out than having to foreclose as an owner. So it's kind of like an in-between, because that the buyer is not yet the owner, because they did not have the deed yet. However, they do have a financial interest in that property. That financial interest is called equitable title. what is equity? Equitable comes from that root word equity. You know, equity's built-in value. It's the difference between the market value of a property and what's owed on it. So a buyer using a land contract, they're not, although they're not the owner yet, they do have a financial interest in the ownership. So equity is a financial interest, title is ownership. So they have a financial interest in the ownership. However, they don't own it yet. That's the way I break down the meaning of equitable title. Okay.
Mhm.
So what's a land contract? It's a type of seller financing where the owner does not hand over the deed, turn over the ownership to the buyer until they paid off the full amount owed. Good.
Yeah.
All right. So let's highlight in the book the title land contract. You will see this on exams probably. Highlight land contract, sometimes called an installment sales contract. Land contracts are typically a means of seller financing. Then go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines at the end of the line. And we're going to highlight, although a buyer obtains possession when the contract is signed by both the parties and the buyer has equitable title, the seller does not execute and deliver the deed to the buyer until the terms of the contract have been satisfied. In other words, until they pay off what's owed. Now, you guys may have a million questions on that as far as how does it work, the seller financing, you know, I don't know, because these agreements can be drawn up custom for between each party. So it depends on how the agreement was drawn up for that particular transaction. So I can't get into the details of the land contract any further than that. Just knowing the framework of how it works, though, is what you need to know, at least for exams. All right. So what do we got here? Okay, I got a couple of resources here for you. Items needed to prepare a contract. Since we're done with everything here now, let's actually do the key terms to review, and then we'll get into this. This is basically these next couple slides that I've prepared are basically a guide I put together here for you of how to prepare the actual purchase contract. Okay. Who prepares the sales contract? Is that the buyer or the seller's agent?
Seller.
Buyer's agent.
Oh.
Seller got a listing. You showed the buyer a property. Now you want to make an offer on it. You're the offer is the actual contract. At least that's how we do it here. You know, in other areas, they may prepare a term sheet, a contract term sheet, and put that back and forth to negotiate. But we up here, we actually prepare the contract to do it. So the buyer's agent will be the one that's preparing that contract. And I have the resources here for you. Here's a URL, a website URL that I created, njrforms.com. It's basically a shortcut to this, njrealtor.com/zipform. And that's the root of it. It goes a little bit further, but I made a shortcut that takes you directly to the contract form system that you get access to as part of your realtor dues, part of your state realtor dues, not the local county MLS or the NAR, but your state MLS we have a contract form system where you could create a profile for your client. You could write up the contract, prepare a contract. It'll generate PDF documents that you could either print out or archive. So if you make a mistake, you could go back in there, correct them, make changes to the contract when you negotiate, print out a new one. Or you could set them up for e-signature, and you could email them out to people so that they can e-sign them. All right, so these that's the shortcut for that I prepared, okay? And then I told you every MLS will give you access to a tax record system. I made a shortcut to that So that one that's hosted by, I think, Monmouth County, but it's for all 21 counties in the state. Here's a tiny URL I prepared for that. I tell you to print out a copy of the MLS listing or open it up in another window. You're going to need that when preparing the contracts. You're going to have a couple windows open, because on our contracts, you also have to put the licensees and their offices license numbers in those contracts. So gather those, have that information available. Here's a shortcut I made to the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's licensee search page. Okay. Also, before you guys can start working in real estate, after you pass the state exam, you get fingerprinted, you send all that paperwork into the state along with the broker's check or money order for this for $160 to the state treasurer. When is it that you're considered licensed? Because they don't send you any paperwork anymore. They don't send you a license anymore. You have to print out your own pocket card and carry it with you. All right. So how do you know when you're licensed and you can work? Well, once your name is showing up in this database, then and only then you can work. So if I click on here, let's open it up in a web browser. Give me 1 second here.
Vamos.
I just got other people's information that's popping up in here. So I just want to clear that out first so that there's nothing popping up in the database that I want to show here. All right. So when you click on that link, it takes you here. This is the New Jersey Real Estate Commission page for searching licensees. Now, remember, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission is a division within the Department of Banking and Insurance in New Jersey. So that's why you see the Department of Banking and Insurance up here. It doesn't say Real Estate Commission. However, down here, it's relicense.dobi.nj.gov. That's a Real Estate Commission Licensing Bureau email. All right, so what you do is you're going to put your last name in here, comma, first name, Kaminsky, comma, V. I'm just going to put in there. But if you got a more common name, then you type in more of your name there. It has to be last name first, okay? Now look, you could search all kinds of license types. You could put in more information, but once again, these aren't one of those bright databases. You just put in the least amount of info possible. You do a search, and it comes back with just my information. See, if I just did a search and I put in my last name, I may get a lot more results that come back. See that? Everybody else who got that same last name. And you can see some people have inactive licenses up there, actively licensed people. It'll show once your name shows up in that database, you know, for the first time, you're going to be licensed, okay? You don't got to worry about this. It'll say actively licensed because you submitted the information new. Now, you're going to see a reference number here. That reference number is your license number. I don't know why they call it a reference number instead of a license number, but that's a license number, okay? And EMP reference number, that's your employer's reference number, okay? So where am I on this list? I'm on here somewhere. Okay, see, I got these two over here. See, I'm a broker of record of 2 agencies, so I'm gonna click on one of them. So it's actively licensed. My license was officially active in January of 2004. Okay. Actively licensed as a broker since 6/30/2008. That's when I became the broker of record for this agency. And my license is going to expire when? June 30th, odd number of years, right? So that's when it's up for renewal. And then you could see the, here's my license number and the reference number for this company. All right. So you could either print that out, that could be your pocket card, or you could generate a PDF to get a little bit nicer looking official pocket card, because that's not the official pocket card. Okay. Things a little bit more orderly on this one. All right. And I have the link to how to print out your pocket card on the Word doc, on that ClassLinks Word document. You have to log in there in order to get access to it though, so.
Victor,
All right.
you're off. You just about did everything for us. Can you take the test for us too?
No, I just try to give you all the information you're gonna
Yes.
need to know. Your broker should
That's
provide
funny.
your broker should provide all this stuff for you though.
Right, you did.
I try to be helpful. I try to be helpful, you know? It's my OCD. I need to help you. All right. I try to be prepared. I try to get all the stuff together and gather it up for you. Yeah, in that ClassLinks folder, you can just do a search and search for the pocket card. And you see printing your pocket card. Here's the actual link to where you go to print your pocket card. And I made a tiny URL shortcut to get to it as well. tinyurl.com/pocket license, I call it. Okay. This may be an exam question for you too, by the way. You have to carry your pocket card or your pocket card with you, your license with you, anytime you're conducting business. All right. All
Got
right. And in case you need to see it on full screen here, this is your pocket card license. Just looks like that. Got your name on there, name of your company, license status, years of activity, expiration date and creation date. That's when you printed your pocket card. Okay. So you got to carry that with you. You could have it, if you have access to it, that you could pull it up on your cell phone, that's okay too. But you should have the link then to it so that you could search it and pull it up on your cell phone. Because that's the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's regulations. All right, so let's do the key terms to review, and then I'll show you how to put together a contract. Even though your broker should be doing that, okay?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. Agreement between two parties to perform some legal acts.
Contract.
7 is A, it's a contract. Violation of a contract.
A brief of contract.
3 is B, breach of contract. Buyer's deposit with purchase contract.
Earnest money?
Earnest.
Earnest money, correct. 9 is C. Certain happening on which contract depends.
Equitable title.
Contingency.
Contingency, we call that a contingency, something the contract is contingent upon. Certain happening, that's 6 is D. Contract not put into words, but shown by one's actions rather than their words.
Implied.
5.
15 is E, the implied contract. Contract that's set down in so many words. It's laid out in words, leaves nothing to interpretation.
Express contract.
Express contract, 14 is F. A contract that has been completely fulfilled.
Executed.
Executed.
12 is G, executed contract. A contract that has not yet been performed.
Execute Q2.
Yeah,
Executory.
executory. 13 is
Executory.
H.
Oh,
Contract with a promise by each party.
Bilateral.
Bilateral contract, 2 is I. Interest acquired by buyer with a land contract.
Title.
Equitable title.
Equitable title, 10 is J. Offer return to buyer with changes from the seller.
Counter offer.
Counter offer.
Counter offer, 8 is K. Protection for a seller when the buyer has another house to sell.
Contingency.
Escape clause.
It's an escape clause,
escape
also known
clause.
as a kick out or knockout clause. 11 is, was that 11? Yeah, 11 is L.
Oh,
Something of value given in exchange.
Duration.
Consideration.
Consideration, 5 is M. Those legally qualified to enter into contracts. What do we call them?
Competent parties.
4 is N, competent parties. And transfer of interest in a contract to a third party.
Assignment.
Assignment.
1 is O. Agreement under which the buyer pays in installments and they wait for the deed.
Land
land
contract.
contract.
Land contract, 16 is P. All right, key terms 2. Everybody got on that, or anybody need anyone?
We're good.
All right. Contract binding one party, other party free to act or not.
Unilateral.
I could see why you're going there, but that's not what they're looking for in here in this particular thing. They're trying to actually explain what are they actually explaining here?
Is it voidable?
Hold on a second. A contract that's binding one party and the other party's free to act or not. What is that explaining?
Is
Option.
that like what someone makes?
It's
an
explaining the option that they have. Correct. 4 is A. A seemingly valid contract, but neither party can sue to force performance.
Unilateral, voidable.
Unenforceable.
It's unenforceable contract. 11 is B. A contract clause requiring punctual performance.
Time of the essence.
Time of the essence.
10 is C, time of the essence. Return to the status quo. That means returning to the way you started.
Rescission.
Rescission, 6 is D. It's a weird way of explaining it, but sure, it
Mhm.
works. 6 is D. A contract that does not meet all the legal requirements.
Avoidable.
If it doesn't meet all the legal requirements to begin with,
Avoid contract.
void. 14 is E. A contract that is binding, but one party may disaffirm it. One party may disaffirm it.
Voidable.
That's
Unilateral.
the unilateral.
No. Voidable.
Voidable contract.
Voidable. It's voidable by one of the parties. 15 is F. A
Tricky.
contract that meets all the legal requirements.
Valid.
Valid contract.
13 is G. It's a valid contract. A court action usually asking that the seller be forced to sell as agreed.
Specific performance.
7 is H, a suit for specific performance. Time within which one is allowed to assert their legal rights.
Statute of limitation.
9 is I, statute of limitations. A law requiring that certain contracts be in writing.
Statute of frauds. Oh,
Eight.
parole.
No,
Oh, it is.
you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
8 is J. Usually, see, first instinct, go with it.
Okay.
8 is J. One-sided promise valid only if the other party acts.
Unilateral contract.
12 is K, the unilateral contract. A convention that written contracts override spoken promises.
That's parole evidence rule.
It is. 5 is L. Substitution of a new contract for an existing one.
Novation.
Novation, 2 is M. Some agreed upon as damages in case of future default.
Liquid
Liquidated.
damages.
Liquidated damages, 1 is N. And a meeting of the minds,
Offer and
Offer and acceptance.
3 is O, offer and acceptance. Very good. Okay, so what we're gonna do is turn back in the book until you get to the last page of the purchase contracts. Page 186, I believe, for 14 version book. Now, on this 14th, on the last page of the contract here, the last section, there's a bunch of addenda that you could check off that you may be adding into the contract. If this is a FHA contract that you're gonna be using an FHA loan on it, you have to check off there the FHA VA loan addendum. You know, any addenda that you're gonna be putting on, if it's a short sale, you may have a short sale, additional add-ons to the contract. We call them addendums. It's something that you're adding to the contract. It's an addendum or addenda, sometimes you refer to it as. All right. And underneath that section 42 of the contract, section 43, there's a blank area there. It says additional contractual provisions, if any. That's where you would write in if you're asking for the seller to maybe help pay the buyer's closing cost, or if you're going to explain that you're related to the buyer or the seller, or if you're going to be asking for any asking for the seller to include the washer and dryer, which is normally not included in that purchase, or if you're going to be asking the seller for what we call a seller's concession. We're asking the seller to concede some money to the buyer to help them pay for their closing costs or money for repairs. And yes, you can do that. Okay, it's not uncommon to ask the seller to help the buyer pay for their closing costs. Saves the buyer a lot of money too if they go for it. All right, so we'll get into that. I'll show you how to write those, but let's go to the first page of the contract now. First page of the contract, page 175. And at the very top of the first page, above the contract, I just want you to make a note for yourself. I made a note in mine here. It's going to be two separate lines of notes that I'm going to just make. You can make it all the way at the top of the page above the contract. I wrote VA loans, that's the Veterans Administration. VA loans do not require down payment. There's no down payment required for VA loans. So VA loans do not or don't require down payment.
You said veterans what?
VA loans don't require down payment. They do not require.
I just would like to know what VA stands for. Veteran.
That's the Veterans Administration. They're veterans loans. They're loans for veterans. It's 100% financing. We'll get into those in chapter 12, the next chapter that we're doing today. And FHA, that's the Federal Housing Administration. It's a government insured loan. Right, FHA in all capital letters. FHA requires 3.5% minimum down payment. FHA requires 3.5% minimum down. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, then filling out the contract is kind of self-explanatory most of the way here, but here, actually so that you could have visual, let me pull up a contract on the screen instead of just following along with it here in the book. Sales contract. Okay, that's the opinion 26 notice, and then here's the sales contract. Which, by the way, I told you, where do you get this? If we go to this slideshow, let's go back to this slideshow a second. On the slideshow, we have a link here. And if you click on that link, it takes you to the Zip Form Plus page for the New Jersey Realtors page, okay? And then you log into your Zip form. And in here, you could actually prepare your contracts. As the wheel spins and turns. All right. Yeah, sure. I agree to their license agreement without even reading it. Why not? I've renewed my Zip forms. Awesome. Thank you. Continuing. So your dues actually pay for this. So normally you have to pay for this, but our New Jersey Association of Realtors, it's included in our dues now that we get this Zip Forms contract form system, which, where the hell is it? Come on, open up. Oh my gosh, all these renewals and such. Oh, that's right. I got to renew my realtor dues soon too. Happy anniversary, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me just close all this crap for now. Been a little while since I've been in here. Normally you don't get all this crap. Normally it just goes right into it. I don't know what the hell this shit is. Hold on a second. Let me close this again and go back to the slideshow.
Victor, you are funny.
Like this. Yeah, I haven't. I guess it's the renewal time, and they got all these ads and all the bullshit that's popping up on screen that you really don't need. Okay. What was that? Blah blah blah. What are we doing here? Here, don't show me these friggin' ads. How about that? What is this? Transactions. I don't want transactions. This sucks. I have no idea what the hell's going on here right now. I have to try to figure this out. Whatever. I'm not going to do it right now in class. All right. I wanted to show you the contract form system though, so I'll pull it up again later just to show it to you. So let's just go into the contract. In the contract here, it's obviously self-explanatory. This is where you put the buyer's names in this section 1. That agrees to purchase from, and you got to put their addresses here too. The addresses of the buyers. That's not the address of the property that they're purchasing. That's down here in this section where it says property address. Okay, this is the property that's in question. Where the tax map, county, block and lot number. Okay, that's first you fill out the buyer's information, and then the seller's information goes here. And where they live, because that could be different address than the one that they're selling. And then beneath it, this following section here is where you put the property address in question that you're preparing the contract for. So on this line, you just put like 123 Main Street. You don't put the town name here. The town name goes here on the next line. It shows, you know, shown on the municipal tax map of, and then you put the city name here, the municipality. And do not forget this, the county name. That does not say country, by the way, that says county. So you got to put the county name where the property is located there. Mucho importante. We got some municipalities in New Jersey that share the same name. You got to make sure you put the correct county so we know that we're preparing this contract for the right town here. Okay, because we have multiple municipalities that could share the same name. We want to make sure that we also write down the county name here. You're going to need to find out what county the property is in. All right, it should say on the tax records or the MLS printout, which is why you should have another window open with the MLS information and the tax window of the tax record for this property. All those things, you should have all windows that are open. And then from that, you would get the lot and block number from the tax record. That's where you would get the lot and block number, and then you would put that here. Okay, what is a lot and block number? Well, if we were to look at, let me pull up one of these jammies here. If you were to, an area, the city has many lots or many blocks, right? A block is an area where we have many houses on your block, right? It's exactly what it sounds like, your block, okay? We got a lot of properties, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is block number 561, and it'll be either in a square or sometimes you see 562 and it'll be in a circle that's in bold like that. And each lot number is consecutively numbered like this. All right. So if you live on block 561, that's this block, and you're purchasing lot number 8, that's lot number 8 right there. Okay. So we actually have tax maps as well as tax records. So you can locate where a property is. All right. A property address, street address is not, is also a helpful way of trying to locate where a property is. So we have tax maps and addresses of property. However, neither one of them are considered legal descriptions of land, are they? No, they're not. We're going to be learning about legal descriptions of land in chapter 19. But anyway, that's what a lot and block is. Just wanted to give you a little visualization there. So you would write that down here, the block number, lot number, which you would get from the MLS listing or the tax record. We're going to prepare this contract for a $300,000 property where the person's getting an FHA loan. So in this area over here, this blank area, I just want you to type in here. I want you to write in here FHA loan. We're going to use an FHA loan for this property. So on the first line that says total purchase price, we're going to write $300,000 on that line. We're going to prepare this contract for a $300,000 property. What's that? Just write it in the book. Just write it in the book right there on that line. We're going to prepare it right on the book.
I was on the end of the contract.
Oh, no, first page. Go to the first page. Yeah.
First, okay, thanks.
All right. And now on that first page here, you're going to also, underneath that, that's going to be your initial deposit. That's that good faith deposit that you're making when you're purchasing the property. That should be always $1,000 at least. Right? So write $1,000 on that line. When preparing these contracts, you should have a calculator handy. However, if you're using that online system that I was just trying to get into, that I was having a little difficulty there, they built a calculator into it now that it'll automatically do the math for you, at least up to a certain point anyway. And then put as an additional deposit, well, what's the minimum deposit required, the minimum down payment required for an FHA loan?
3.5%. So it's
3.5%. So the total should be 10,000 of 3.5% of $300,000. That should be $10,500. We already put $1,000 here as the good faith deposit on this line. So we're going to put that balance here of $9,500. Now, if the buyer does not have the $9,500 handy just yet, what we'll do, say that they're going to put down $5 grand now and they're going to bring the other $4,500 to closing. Well, if that's the case, you would put $5 grand on this line, and then on this line at the bottom, you would put $4,500. Okay. But in this case, we're just going to write that they have all the money. So we're going to write $9,500 on this line, the additional deposit line. Right here. Okay. And then we need to calculate what the balance is. Well, 300,000 minus $10,500 gives you $289,500. So we're going to write the mortgage amount. That's the mortgage amount that this buyer needs to qualify for, $289,500. That's the amount that they need to qualify for. And because they brought all the money in the first and second deposit here, they're not going to need a third deposit. There will be no additional balance to the purchase price. So we should write 0 on this line. Remember, we leave no blank lines, right? And then something very important, what else do we do? Don't forget the buyer's and seller's initials on the bottom of every page of the contract. So the next page, manner of deposit. How's that initial deposit getting paid to us, or who's it getting paid to? Well, if we're the ones that are preparing the contract, we're going to ask our buyers for that. So we're going to check off participating broker, assuming that we're not the listing agency as well. So we're going to write in there participating broker. And then whatever date it is that they're giving it to us. And then when they're going to come up with that second deposit, that $9,500 additional? Well, in this area, the additional deposit, on this line right here, I'm going to write, instead of a date, because they want you to write a date here. I know it says if left blank, then within 10 calendar days. Well, first of all, we're not going to leave it blank, but it says if left blank, then within 10 calendar days after the signed contract. I don't do that. I type in something different. I write 10 days after attorney review, because you could sign the contract and then it goes to attorney review. You could be in attorney review for 10 days. So instead, I write 10 days after attorney review. Okay, and then we need to keep track of it. So we're going to make a notation. What I like to do is in my transaction folder, when you have a folder with all your paperwork for your transaction inside, I like to open it up, and inside the folder, I like to write on the cover. You can either write on the cover or have a piece of paper stapled there that you write important dates and important things, like for the inspection, when you started attorney review, any phone calls you made. I like to make notations about calls that I made, follow-up I made. So this way, if anybody ever says I didn't do something or whatever, I can keep track of it. Because look, we're human. Sometimes we forget too, because you may have other transactions going on as well. At least you could look in there and you could reference. You could be like, nope, on this date, I called up and I followed up. That's especially important when you're doing short sales and such, that you need to communicate with banks on a regular basis. Because sometimes they'll give you some kind of BS that they contacted you and they never heard back from you. And I've gone back to my folder and I'd be like, well, that's not true. How could you have killed the transaction? You said that we never contacted you back. I was like, when I followed up with you, I called this phone number on this date and I spoke to Jackie, and Jackie said, that they were going to send it to me, and she never sent it to me yet. So I was calling up again today to follow up. Now you're telling me you killed the transaction? And then they're going to say, okay, please hold, let me take a look. And you hear them typing away. Okay, I see that now. So I'm going to reactivate this. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. You know, I've saved transactions by having my notes like that and calling them on it right away. Because if I didn't, that deal would be dead. All right. Short sales are tricky like that. You got to keep good records and you got to call them on their bullshit immediately. All right. If you don't, you could kill a deal. When sometimes banks don't got their stuff together, or they got the records, but people just don't read them. It gets transferred from one transaction manager to another, and they didn't go over everything in detail. They were like, oh, this has been sitting a while, and they kill it without actually reading all the documents. And you call up to follow up and they're like, oh, it's dead, and they'll blame you for it. They just made that up without even looking in their own notes. As you could see in this example, the lady was like, okay, please hold, let me go through the notes. Okay, yes, I see that now. Well, then why'd you kill it? If you see it, you obviously had that information. So keeping your own records like that by writing in there, it's a good tip for you guys, by the way. All right, so I usually write this 10 days after attorney review on this line where it says additional deposit. So both. I make it a habit. I always do that. And then after they get out of attorney review, I'll immediately ask the buyer to get those funds. And I'll tell them their deadline is 10 days. They need to get it to us within 10 days. Otherwise, I have to notify everybody that you don't have the money. And then that's going to not be good for your transaction. Okay. But I'm giving them that time. All right. And then who's holding on to the money? Well, in this case, it's going to be, we checked off here the participating broker for that initial deposit, but the second deposit, and all of them are going to be held in a non-interest bearing escrow account of, and then you write down your brokerage name here. Now, it is possible that you could have an attorney that's holding onto the funds. And if it's an attorney that's holding onto the funds, do not write the attorney's name there. It could be the attorney's trust account could be in the name of their law firm, not the attorney's name. Okay. So you got to find out who that is. And then you put that down there. Let's go down a little bit more. Next section by line number 75. You're going to write the mortgage amount they need to qualify for again, which was 289.5, right? And then we're going to check off here that this is an FHA type loan, the type of financing where they're coming up with the money for here. The options are VA, FHA, 203K, conventional, or you could have an other category there. The term of the mortgage, well, typical mortgages are 30 years. So we're going to write 30 years in this line and 30 years here. Now, how do we know what to fill in here?
Oh,
You divide it by 30.
Well, hold on a second. No, how do we know what to fill in here? Any of this type of loan, the amounts, all this stuff. How many years? Where are we getting that information from?
The contract? Well, this is,
Well, this is the contract you're preparing. It's from,
The bank.
get it
I
from
guess,
their
is
mortgage
financing it?
pre-qualification or pre-approval letter.
oh, okay.
It'll say what kind of loan that they've applied for. Okay, and so then we'll be putting those details here. All right, and then there's a date that goes on this line. That date is when the buyer needs to come up with that mortgage commitment letter from their lender by. And typically on this line, I'm going to have you write up right above here on line 77, which is that big blank line above this paragraph, line 77 here. I'm going to have you make a note for yourself. I'm going to have you write, because you're going to actually put a date on this line, and that date has to be a business day. Actually, let's see, what do they have written here? If left blank, then within 30 calendar days after attorney review period is complete. Actually, that's usually what I have people write here anyway. So that's right. But don't leave it blank. Put an actual date there and make sure. So right up here, make sure it lands on a business day. So you're going to put the date of a business day here. Make sure it's not a holiday or a weekend. 30 days after the attorney review period's complete. Okay. So you could highlight this. So just make sure this date is a business day and put an arrow down here to this line and then highlight this within 30 calendar days after attorney review is complete. All right. And then you scroll down a little bit more and line number 94. Payment of the balance of the purchase price by a buyer shall be made at closing, which will take place on. So what are we putting on this line? We're going to be putting the closing date, the anticipated closing date. So over here, you would write a date. Put 45 days, 45 calendar days from date of contract. 45 calendar days from date of contract. And make sure it lands on a business day. And here's a tip. Look at the calendar. If you count 45 days, including the weekends, straight through, and it ends at the beginning of the month, back it up a couple of days. You want to finish it at the end of the month. Because banks will tend to try to push through and make a priority transactions that are supposed to close by month end. If you leave it for the beginning of the month, they're like, well, we got all month to close on this transaction. So they may bust chops a little bit with it, with the paperwork they need. So, but if it's towards the end of the month, they kind of make those loans a priority to close. So you'll have less problems with your transactions if you make them close towards the end of the month. All right. Now don't push it up too many days, just a couple. If it's already like in the second week of the month, don't, leave it at what it is. But if it's like landing on the first week of the month, try to push it back a couple of days to end at the beginning of the end of the previous month. All right. Now make sure that the calendar that you're looking at has all the calendar dates on it. Make sure you have all the federal holidays there, not just all the Christian calendar, make sure you have all the Jewish calendar and all that other stuff. You need to have all those holiday dates, the federally observed dates up there, okay? Now, I know this sounds a little bit stereotypical, but you know what? There's a little truth in stereotypes. There's a lot of Jewish lawyers out there, all right? You guys need to be aware of Jewish holidays, because if it's a Jewish holiday and you try calling that attorney, you ain't getting them on the line. They cannot they cannot operate modern devices and such. They won't pick up the phone. They won't check emails or stuff. On their holidays, they can't work. Okay, so they don't do that. Some of them do have staff, like secretarial staff with paralegals that you could reach out to, but most of them are just shut down on the Jewish holidays. All right, so you have to take that factor into consideration as well. Okay, and then don't forget holidays. Right? I'm sorry, the holidays. Don't forget the initials here down at the bottom of every page, okay? Now in this section here, what is this? Items included in the sale that carries over to the next page. So do what I did here. I write per MLS number, and then I would write the MLS number. So you could write per MLS number underscore, 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 you would write an MLS number over here for the property in question, or you could write down all the specific items that they said is going to be included in the sale here. Now, if you're just going to write per MLS number here, make sure it says, look, if reference is made to an MLS sheet, make sure that you attach that MLS printout. So print out the MLS and make it a part of the contract itself. Okay, don't just put a reference to an MLS number without the actual info, because then they don't know what's included. Right? You guys following me?
Right.
Okay.
I didn't realize I'm muted.
Now, just below it, now it says items excluded from the sale. Over here, I would write down same thing, per MLS number, underscore, underscore, underscore. Now here's a little notation I made for you. This is just a note for yourself. you're gonna add any other items the listing agent specifically excluded from the sale. Like maybe they did not have it in the seller's property condition disclosure report or the listing, but because the agent forgot to put it in there or whatever. So now they're told you though, you had a conversation with the listing agent and they told you, hey, listen, the seller's taking the chandelier with them. Make sure that you write chandelier in here. Or any other items that they specifically told you, but it wasn't listed in the listing that they were taking it with them, right? They're taking the toilet with them. They told you that. Let's not make that an issue later where they're like, oh, you never said that. Now you're in breach of contract. Make sure you write it in here because they told it to you. You don't want it to become a problem later. So make sure that the buyer's aware of it. They sign off on it. And now everybody is clear what's going with the property and what's not. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. Next section down by line 144. This talks about the certificate of occupancy and zoning compliance and all that stuff. It says that, you know, in order to get the CO, seller is always responsible for the CO. Unless they specifically state otherwise that the buyer is. And they only do that really if it's going to be like a short sale or distressed property. Because if the property needs work, like the CO inspection, certificate of occupancy inspection fails, and they need to do repairs. Well, if those repairs exceed a certain tolerance, a certain dollar amount, then either party can get out of the contract here. So you would either write $800. You know, most attorneys write in there like $600. So I'll either write in $800. But if left blank, it's going to be 1.5% of the purchase price. Or you can just write 1.5% of the purchase price here. Municipal assessments, that's a special assessment. What's a special assessment?
The tax for something that the house uses.
It's an improvement tax that the municipality will charge. Now, if there's any special assessments that are still outstanding, you're going to check off here, yes, that they have a special assessment or has not been notified of any municipal assessments. All right. Don't forget the initials. Okay, now in this next section, quality and insurance, insurability of title. In here, you're going to write down, is it a 1, 2, 3, or 4 family home? Okay. And if you can write single for a 1 family, but you're going to write 1, 2, 3, or 4 here. Those are the only options. Why?
Because we're only allowed to sell 1
1
to 4 family.
family residences and single residential lots. You're right. Correct. So that's why you're going to write that here. And you're going to write down, make sure that you only write down 1 family if it's zoned for 1 family. You're not going to write down 2 family or 3 family because they have that bonus apartment. If it is zoned for a 2 family, you write 2 family. You don't write 3 family because it's got that extra apartment behind the garage. That's an illegal apartment, or it's not space that's supposed to be rented out, but they have that bonus apartment. Bonus apartment's another fancy way of saying there's an illegal rental going on there. All right. Do not, first of all, write bonus apartments in your ads there. You could just say extra space available or something like that. If it's zoned for 2 family, you don't write 3 family because there's a third unit there, but it's an illegal unit. You're putting your licenses on the line by doing that. Make sure that it's zoned for what it is. All right. And you can check the tax record for that too. Possession occupancy will be at closing, or it should be. Tenancy, are any units there being rented? If so, you're gonna need to get copies of the leases from the landlord, and you need to know who the tenants are, what location are they in, basically what apartment are they in, how much are they paying for rent, the security deposits that they have paid to the landlord that's on file, and what's the term of their lease, when is it ending? That's important for the buyer to know. The buyer may want to occupy one of these apartments. Can a tenant be evicted because a buyer wants to occupy one of the apartments?
No. Until their lease is up.
You know, that's a little bit of an exception. If you're purchasing a property, you have to honor a tenant's lease unless the purchaser is going to occupy that unit. So yes, you can give them notice that they have to go.
Oh, wow.
That's a little exception to that rule there. But let the attorney handle giving the notices and all that stuff, okay? Let them handle that part, you know, because we have to honor the tenant's lease. However, you know, even when you transfer ownership, you got to honor tenant's lease. Now, if you don't want a tenant in there, you want the property delivered vacant, you know, if somebody's got a lease, the landlord can't just kick people out, not unless the new owner is going to be living in that unit. But it's important to find out the details of that tenant. Are they paying on time? Have they paid on time? Do you have the security deposits? What are they paying? All this. Sometimes landlords lie. Sometimes they try to sell a property because they got awful tenants that are, they're just awful, or they're not paying rent or what have you. You don't want to buy that problem. We've had transactions that we backed out of because we found out that the buyers got the tenants, there's issues with that tenant. And sometimes when you just go to look, just trying to set up the showing appointment and going in there, you can see if the tenant's difficult or not. And then talk to the tenant a little bit. Say, any issues with renting here? How do you like the place? Blah, blah, blah. You know, you all caught up on your rent, you know? Ask those questions. All right. There's a section here we got to check off. Was this property built prior to 1978? Is that lead addendum going to apply or not?
Yes.
Buyer's initials. Over here, I just write 3 days, even though it says it'll put down 3 days if left blank. Why not just write it in there? Don't leave it blank, right? Point of entry. What is this? Point of entry treatment, POET system. Remember I showed you the video the other day about the water treatment systems? They could either treat the water where it enters the home, so all the water's treated through the filtration system, or it could be only at the point of source, where it's the water filters are only like at the sink. So does this house have a point of entry system, a POET system or not? Is it applicable or not applicable? You need to find out, put that in there. Do they have a cesspool or not? Yeah, that's the your private sewer system that you have there. Or is it on city? All right. So there's a lot of other questions here. I'm not going to start getting into all the details of all this stuff. You guys can read these contracts, this contract on your own when you get a chance, and I suggest that you do so that you're aware of everything that's in it. And when you're having buyers sign these contracts, do not sit there. Here, I'm going to give you a tip. Do not sit there reading this entire contract to the buyer. Do not do it. You will never sell a property. I remember my first time, I had zero training from my office. My broker sucked where I started. I went in there and just like winged it myself, and I'm sitting there and I'm trying to read it, figure it out what it is, and explain to them what each section of the contract is. And oh my God, it was a freaking mess. It was a horrible experience. I did this on my own. I winged it. I figured out how to do it, right? After that, I sat down and I've read every word of these contracts. So I fully understood them. So next time I got in front of my clients, and then I had this epiphany wait, why the hell am I sitting there reading this to them or even explaining to them? You know, I should only explain to them if they got a question, you know? So what I did is I did this. I make it a habit of doing this. Every time I get a new client and I get them and I'm showing them properties, I print out a blank contract and I give them the blank contract and all the disclosures that I'm going to have them sign when we're preparing a contract. And I give it to them blank. And I say, here's a copy of the blank. Here's a blank copy of the contract. This is the same exact contract that you will be signing when we find you that perfect home. So here you could have a chance, an opportunity to read through it. If you have any questions, you could ask your attorney and consult with your attorney about anything that's in here. I just want you to familiarize yourself with the contract so you can see I'm not pulling any zingers on you or anything. It's a blank contract. It's pretty standard. We just fill in the blanks as to the certain issues. Okay, and that's all you need to prepare and focus on is what's in the what we filled in the blanks. All right, so take your time, review this contract on your own. You got any questions, you could ask your attorney about it, okay? I'm not trying, I just like to share this with you up front. And now, when you do find that property for them and you have this contract filled out and they need to sign it, and you're giving them the contract, you don't have to go over every little detail with them. You could just be like, okay, see, we checked this off here. We filled this in here. All right, so as you can see, this is the same contract I gave you that you had your chance to review already, right? And all we're doing is we're filling in the blanks of the dates and the inspection dates for inspection contingencies. Here's the amounts of purchase, the down payment. This is everything you've seen. You had an opportunity to review the contract, right? So now we just initial here. We're going to sign down here at the end of the contract, okay? So now, boom, you're not going to have a problem signing a contract if you do that. It's only if you sit there and they've never seen the contract before, now you're sticking this long document in front of them and you're asking them initial here, sign here, initial here, that's when they get freaked out, right? You got to calm people's anxieties. Remember, this is the most expensive purchase that most people ever make in their lives. So it's a good idea to give them a blank copy of this contract so they have an opportunity to look it through on their own beforehand. And then when they get to it later on, you see, there's no surprises here. It's the same standard blank contract. We just filled in the lines of the details, all right? So there's no surprises here. All right, you get down to this section here, talks about the declaration, the disclosure of agency relationships, who's representing who and how. That's the check boxes, right? That's where you put your company's name and the license number of your company in this sections. And the other agency. That's why you got to have that window open for the looking up the Real Estate Commission's website to find out who the other agent is and what their company's license number is, what that agent's license number is. See, broker's commission is right underneath that. That's where you put down their, the listing firm, who the listing agent is, their respective license numbers, the agent's contact, their email, what the commission is, the participating firm, that's your agency and your name and license number, contact information, how much commission are you due goes on the contract. Don't forget initials. If you are purchasing this property for yourself, they have a part in the contract here now. Disclosure that buyer or seller is a real estate licensee, because it's such a common thing that real estate agents buy properties and they invest too. We have a disclosure that's built right into it. Does it apply or not applicable in this situation? And then what type of license do you have and who are you licensed with? Boom. So that you don't forget. Initials. Any special addenda that you're going to add to the contract. In this case, it is an FHA loan and it is built prior to 1978. So we're going to have that lead paint addendum there. Is there a private well on the property? Is it more than 3 units? Are we asking for a seller's concession? Are we adding that in a special addenda or putting it here in additional contractual provisions? That's where I would usually put that. So I would check it off here, but I would write it in here. following items are included in or attached as addenda. So I would check off seller's concession and then write it here. And the right way to ask the seller to concede, what is to concede? What does that mean? It means to give up, right? We're asking the seller to give up some cash to the buyer towards their closing costs. We call that a seller's concession. So the way I would write that in here is I would write something like seller's going to concede up to, a buyer's asking for a seller's concession up to 3% towards the buyer's closing costs and prepaids. This is a concession and not a loan. So your broker should have a bunch of clauses of things to ask for, but you can make deals happen like that, guys. You could ask for a seller's concession. The way you would ask for a seller's concession is just like that. You would write something along those lines. Buyer is asking for a seller's concession of up to 3% towards buyer's closing costs and prepaids. This is a concession and not a loan. Right? It's the way I do it anyway. All right. But just be aware you could ask. Sometimes deals won't go through because the buyer doesn't have all the money for the down payment and then the closing costs. Typically, closing costs are 2 to 3% of the purchase price. And then the buyer sign and date, seller sign and date. You guys are the witness, so you could initial sign next to them. And even though this is a signature page, you're also going to have them initial here. Wire fraud notices, Okay, this is standard part of the contract now. All right, that's it. Done with chapter 11. Okay. Any questions for me? You guys were pretty quiet during all that.
No.
Okay. So let me pull up chapter 12. Oh, by the way, I dictated to you how I would put that information in, but you see here, I got all that information as I explained to you on the last 2 slides of chapter 11 as well. See, I put in here the closing dates, the mortgage commitment letter dates. I put in here, the down payment requirement for different types of loans usually, but you got to take a look at that pre-qualification letter to find out for sure. And then the concession, is anything a party gives to another. A seller's concession is money given to the buyer to help pay for their closing costs and or repairs. Maximum seller's concession that you're allowed to ask for, if it's an FHA or VA loan, is 6%. Maximum seller concession allowed by law for a conventional loan is 3%. Okay, these are things that the law, it's the maximum that you could ask for the different types of loans. Okay. And you got to check with your broker how they want the wording for seller's concession. But if you want, I could add another slide in here that shows you how to ask for it. I could add the clause in there. All right. So I could put in there how to ask for a seller's concession, how to word a seller concession. Okay. And we can just put it in here really quick. How to ask the seller to pay, to contribute towards buyer's closing costs. This is called a seller concession. And then it would be something along the lines of buyer is requesting A seller concession of it's up to 3% toward buyer's closing costs and prepaids. Prepaids are maybe any points that the buyer needs to pay on their loan or what have you. It's a prepaid interest on the loan towards buyer's closing costs and prepaids. This is a concession and not a loan. Boom. You're asking them just to give you that money. Okay. Or so this is an example of a seller concession. Okay. You could have a short sale. Now, usually if it's a short sale clause that I'm going to add in there, I will ask that, my short sale clauses, you don't want to see them. Mine are like a page long because I did so many short sales. I'm aware of so many issues. I made mine super duper long and super duper custom. All right. I got a lot of issues addressed in mine. But anyway, it could be something simple like this. If the property is a short sale, that you could just write, this is a short sale. Purchase subject or purchase price and purchase price approval and commission subject to third-party approval. I'm not just going to say lender approval. Sometimes it could be a bank. Sometimes it could be some other party. So I'm just going to, not knowing who they are yet, I'm just going to write subject to third-party approval. All right. And often when it's a short sale, you also add in something like this, because usually, but only if they specify. Okay. So only if seller specifies.
We don't see it.
You don't see any of this? Jeez.
No.
All right, here we go. Only if seller specifies. So I'm creating this new slide for you guys just to add on there at the end of that contract. Okay, just a reference here. Only if seller specifies would you add this. Buyer is responsible for obtaining fire and or CO, that's for certificate of occupancy, and fire certificates. That's it. Because that means that they're also responsible for doing any repairs that are necessary to pass those inspections. All right. Now, normally the seller's responsible for that. So I'm not going to volunteer that. I'm only going to write that in if the seller's agent says, hey, listen, buyer's responsible for the CO and fire cert. Okay. So that's here. Only if seller specifies would you add this. Okay. So here's some clauses or how to word a seller concession. You know what? Instead, I'm going to title this common clauses to add. So how to ask the seller to contribute towards buyer's closing costs. This is called a seller's concession. Actually, I'll just write that as the definition for seller's concession. All right. Okay, good enough. Yay. I gave you 2 clauses there anyway. Oh, here's another one you could add. when the, I'll say this, buyer home sale contingency clause. Just made up that name. Sounds good. I don't think there's an official name for the clause. But you could say, purchase subject to sale of buyer's current home. 123 Main Street. Woodbridge, New Jersey, 07095. I don't know if that's the right zip code. I think it is. Which is currently under contract with an anticipated closing date of 1/1/2020. Okay, so we'll just put something along those lines there. So, purchase subject to the sale of buyer's current home. This is like if the buyer has another home that they need to sell, or if they have a lease, it's contingent upon the sale of their home or contingent on the lease expiring. Okay, you got to put something like this in into that contract. You know what? We even got another one we got to add in here. So what's another subject to clause we could add in here? Approvals.
What kind of approval?
What kind of approvals? Well, how about this one? Purchase subject to buyers, relatives,
Oh, right.
viewing and approving of viewing home and approving of purchase. They will be helping, or they will be contributing
The financing. Yeah, like you told us about yesterday, right?
yeah, money towards the purchase. Okay. Now, one thing to keep in mind when you have things like this, loans, certain loans can dictate who's allowed to give money. That's when they're getting a loan. If they're buying all cash, it's one thing. But if they're getting, if relatives are only contributing money towards the closing cost or down payment, only certain relatives are allowed to do that. Okay, you can have close family members like parents and such. And then you need to have a letter accompanying that saying that this is a gift and not a loan. Otherwise, your lender is going to have a problem with it. Okay, so here's just some common ones. Okay, let me just save that, close that out, and let me upload that to the shared drive, because we did obviously make some changes to chapter 11 in the slideshow there.
Yeah, thanks for those slides. They're like the best.
Thank you. I try to help.
Awesome. Hey,
Yeah,
well,
even though that's stuff that you're not going to need for exam, it's helpful for you in real life. Okay, that's just some ideas. You know, I just made those up on the fly. You know, it doesn't have to be all, we need to consult with attorneys and how it's going to go to attorney review. We're going to write it up, however, just to explain what it is that we want to add into the contract. If attorneys want to tweak it and make their changes, let them do it, right? I'm not a lawyer, but I do a pretty good job at faking it, right? but it's going to go to attorneys anyway. They're going to have to approve any kinds of clauses that I add in and reword it to their own liking, or they could strike it out altogether. you know? Well, at least I'm making an effort to add that information in.
Hey, Victor, why was that before that, only certain family members can give loans and they have to write
Well,
get what-
well, hold on a second, they can't give loans, okay?
a gift, I mean.
Uh,
A contribution.
Yeah,
How come
it can only really be from close relatives, because according to the lending rules of the bank,
it's loans or something?
you're only helping them out with the money towards the down payment or closing costs, okay? It can't be a loan, it has to be a gift.
But how come?
Because if it's a loan, the lender didn't take that into consideration when qualifying you, because it's money that they would have to pay back, and they have to factor that into your debt to income ratio to see how much that they'll lend you. And if you're taking out another loan that they weren't aware of previously, that could throw off your debt to income ratio and cause that you can't afford to borrow as much anymore.
Up with it, yeah. But how come it can only be certain family members?
They just want close relatives for that. I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't. Yeah. Ask the lenders, ask the attorney. I'm really not sure on that why.
Just wondering.
Okay, chapter 12. This is going to be another long chapter on rentals, leasing, yada, yada, yada.
Chapter 12.
Yep, chapter 12. Here we go. Come on. There you go. Y'all see it? The slideshow?
Mhm.
Okay. Leases, landlord and tenant. What is a lease? Oh, we'll get into that. This chapter, you're gonna be able to discuss a lot of stuff, explaining characteristics of the 4 types of leasehold estates. You guys remember the 3 types of freehold estates? Freehold describes the types of ownership. And what are the 3 types of ownership estates? The freehold. What's unrestricted ownership forever?
Tenant in entirety?
Fee
Oh.
simple or fee simple absolute. That's the most unrestricted ownership forever.
Right, that is fee determinable, right?
Then we have fee determinable or defeasible fee. That's based on a restriction. And then we have, what's the last one?
I'm like, my mind is blank this morning. I
It's a
don't know.
life estate. Life estate. And then what do we call a life estate that's based on someone else's life? In Latin?
That's the one that's Latin.
Sounds French.
Per otro vi.
Por otro vi. A life estate por otro vi. Okay. For the life of another. You're also going to be able to explain characteristics of the 4 leasehold estates, describe standard lease provisions, including various forms of eviction and the effects of truth of lending, American Disability Act, discuss different various types of leases. We're going to learn about different types of leases and leasehold estates and functions of property managers towards the end. All right, so a lease is an intangible asset that's considered to be personal property. It's an intangible asset because what is a lease?
A promise, like it's just a concept.
It explains your rights.
Yeah.
It explains your rights to occupy someone else's property, the property owner's property, for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. So the owner, who is the lessor, intentionally transfers most of their rights to the rights, like the right of possession, to the tenant, who is the lessee, for a limited period, a limited specified period of time as defined in the lease. So every lease has a demising clause in it. What is demise? It's a transfer of property by lease, not to be confused with devise. What's devise?
The death one.
Transfer of property by will upon death.
Okay.
Devise and demise. Demise is the lease. So demise is when the owner intentionally transfers their rights to a tenant for a limited period of time. That's the demising clause. All right. That says that the landlord is to let the premises and the tenant is to take possession of it. A lease is both a contract and a conveyance, in that it's a contract explaining the rights of the tenant, and a conveyance in that the owner is demising the property. They're transferring the property to the tenant.
Yeah.
So statute of frauds requires or says that lease sales contracts have to be in writing. However, leases do not unless they're 3 or more years. But when licensees are involved, doesn't matter how long it is, right? So that's why we have that other clause down here. Real estate licensees also follow the law and the rec rules, and we must always have contracts for sale or lease in writing. Must never have verbal contracts, okay? And leases can be recorded if they're 2 or more years. This is the same slide that was in a beginning of chapter 11, right? Talking about contracts, statute of frauds. Leases have to be in writing if they're how long? 3 or more years, and they could be recorded if they're how long? 2 or more. Why would you want to record a lease in the public record?
I don't know, to show chain of like, you know, kind of like chain of title, but occupancy, is that a thing?
Well, why do we record any document in the public record? To put the world on notice of our interest in the property, our long-term interest in the property too, in the case of this long-term lease. Why would that matter? I'm not sure if I told you guys about it already, but you guys know about that, where the ShopRite is in Edison on Route 1. I forget what shopping plaza that is. I'm not sure if that's a Wix or what shopping plaza that is over there. But either way, do you know that that entire shopping center is rented by one guy?
No.
One guy is renting all the stores there, and he is allowed to sublease. So he is subletting all of those stores to all of the tenants there. So basically he's acting like a landlord without actually owning real estate. He's just renting someone's real estate who's allowing him to sublease. So then all he's got to do is get a good rental price, and then he marks it up on any other tenants that are there. That's why it's expensive to rent in there.
Yeah. Why wouldn't the owner just rent it out himself? I don't get it. Like, get a
I don't
property-
care who he is renting it out. He's renting it all out to one guy who's been reliably paying him and who's been dealing with the tenants. Landlord
Yeah.
doesn't got to deal with the tenants bullshit. He's got one guy who pays him regularly.
Yeah.
You know, let that other guy deal with all the BS.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, if he wants to do it, let him be my guest, right? I'm still getting paid.
Yeah.
That's the outlook. I mean, what's the purpose of a landowner owning property?
To rent it.
Yeah, and rent it and get paid, right? So to generate income.
Yeah.
So if I could generate income and not deal with all the tenants BS, win-win, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to compare that in my mind to like if you owned a property like that and then you hired a property manager to run it for you, like, but I guess he's making enough money that he doesn't care. I don't know.
Yeah, if it's enough money to make the landlord happy, you know, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
You get somebody that's a long-term stable tenant, they're paying your rent on there, and you're earning and you're making money off of it. I
That's
don't
great.
care, right?
Yeah. It works. Just never thought about that.
Less headache, guaranteed income. Well, nothing's guaranteed, but surer income because they're a stable long-term tenant.
Right.
You don't got to worry about any vacancies because this guy's gonna eat it then,
Yeah. Oh, it's good.
you know?
Looks right.
So let's go over okay. So on the first page of chapter 12, we're going to highlight transfer of property by lease is known as demise. Then the next paragraph, which is on the next page, we're going to highlight the New Jersey statute of frauds requires that leases for a period of more than 3 years be in writing, and a lease may be recorded if it's for 2 or more. Now, I made this slide just to be a refresher for you. What's an estate and land? An estate, like real estate, an estate describes the amount and kind of interest that someone has in real property. And there are 2 categories of estates. Freehold, which describes the category of ownership estates. There are 3 types. We just went over them. The first one known as fee simple or fee simple absolute. Fee determinable and defeasible fee is the one that's based on restriction, and a life estate based on someone's life. Now, in this chapter, we're going to go over the 4 types of less than freehold, which are leasehold estates. These are not describing ownership. It's where an owner would intentionally transfer some of their rights and interest in the property to a tenant for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. So let's highlight the title there, leasehold estates, in the book, and write the number 4 in front of it because there's 4 types of leasehold estates. And then underneath that, there is a numbered list, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's highlight each one of those 4 leasehold estates. Estate for years, periodic estates or period to period, tenancy at will, and a tenancy at sufferance. Underneath that, there's a little table there that shows you the type of estate and what their distinguishing characteristics are. Next to where it says an estate for years, it says for a definite period of time. Right next to that, for a fixed period with an end date. Or it already says for a definite period of time. Yeah, right, for a fixed period with an end date. For a fixed period with an end date.
Next to which one?
Next to estate for years.
Okay.
It's for a fixed period of time with an end date in it. Let me know when you're done.
All the notes that we're putting in the book, they're pretty much in the slides too, right? Because sometimes my handwriting, like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to read it.
Yeah, it'll be later on. I give you the definition, like see this on the next slide. I'm going to be giving you the definition of an estate for years. So for a fixed term with an end date in it, you see how I have it up there? But I'm just giving you that little reference right over here.
Thank you.
And then next to estate from period to period, it says it automatically renews. I want you to write next to that, has a renewal date. Has a renewal date.
Estate from period to period. Periodic estate, is that what you're talking about?
Yep, estate from period to period, a periodic estate. Yeah, but you see the table there? There's that little table there with the 4 types of leasehold estates. It shows you the distinguishing characteristic next to it.
I was writing it next to the paragraphs. Okay. Thank
That's
you.
okay. You could write that. You could do that there too. That's fine.
Can you repeat what you want us to write?
Yeah, next to estate from period to period, it says automatically renews. You're going to write has a renewal date. So they still have dates in it. An estate from period to period has a date in it. Instead of that being an expiration date, it's a renewal date.
Uh-huh, got it.
Then we have an estate for will. Just highlight next to it, indefinite period of time. It's for an indefinite period of time. And an estate at sufferance is without the landlord's consent. But we'll go over that in a little more detail.
Plotting?
There was nothing to write or highlight there. Next to estate at sufferance. All right, so now let's go through the actual paragraphs, okay? But before we do, let's look at the slide up here. It gives you the 4 types of leasehold estates: estate for years, periodic estate, which is also period to period, an estate or tenancy at will, or an estate or tenancy at sufferance. Now, for all of them, rent is due at specific intervals per the lease. When is the rent due? Depends when it says in the lease. Anyone who terminates a lease early is considered to be in breach of contract. A holdover tenant, I'm giving you the definition here of this. It'll be worded somewhere in here, but I got it written here. Holdover tenant, you need to know what that is a tenant who did not vacate the premises after their lease term rights have expired. That's not necessarily a negative thing. They could still be paying the landlord rent and the landlord's okay with that. Or maybe the landlord's not. This is just, what do you call a tenant who has not left after their lease expired? They're called a holdover tenant. Not necessarily negative if they're still paying the rent, right?
Mhm.
Eviction. What is eviction? Eviction is the legal process. Like when you own real estate, you have foreclosure, which is the legal process of a lender or lien holder gaining possession of the property as collateral so that they could recoup the money that's owed to them. Eviction is a legal process where an owner has to go through the court system to remove a tenant. They cannot remove them themselves. You have to go through the courts to get a tenant out. You can't go there and intimidate them and threaten to beat them up or change the locks or shut off the heat or hot water or throw all their crap out by the curb and pull them out by their hair and throw them out in the street. You can't do that. You got to go through the courts. A landlord cannot lock out a tenant, turn off their services, or physically remove them. Not without the court order. So let's first go over the first type of estate, which is an estate for years. Now, don't let the name fool you. An estate for years does not have to be for a period of years. You could be renting for 1 week or 1 month or 2 months or 6 months, a year or 2 years. The key characteristic of it is what? I had you write it in a book.
It has an end date.
It's for a fixed period of time that has an end date in it. It doesn't have to be for years. See, that's kind of tricky because everybody sees estate for years and they thinking, oh, it's got to be for years. No, it don't. It could be for 3 months. When does it end? In 3 months. Well, then it's an estate for years because we know when it ends.
Mhm.
Okay, because its key characteristic is it's for a fixed period. It has an end date. You know when it's going to end.
Mhm.
All right. Important to understand that. Because a lot of people, you forget, and you're thinking estate for years. Sounds like it's got to be for years, right? But it don't.
Right.
Okay. Now it's okay. So let's see. Specific period of time has an end date. No notice to quit is required to terminate at the lease term. Why do you not need to have a notice to quit to terminate the lease at the end of the term?
It's already specified as ending.
Because it has an end date in it. If the tenant didn't renew the lease, when do they got to be out?
When it says it's ending.
At the expiration of the lease term, correct. All right. So because it has an expiration date in the lease, if the tenant does not renew, they must vacate at the end of the term. If they don't, what do we call them?
Squatters. No.
Holdover tenants?
Holdover tenant. They're a squatter if they're not paying rent.
Yeah.
But you could have a holdover tenant who is, right? Okay. So under estate for years, let's highlight the title, estate for years. Then just highlight a leasehold estate, stop. Go towards the end of the line and highlight with a specific termination date is an estate for years. Then go to the bottom of the next line at the end of the line and highlight no notice is required to terminate such a lease at the end of the term. Then go to the next paragraph and highlight an estate for years does not necessarily last for years or even for 1 year. And then the next sentence, we're going to highlight its distinguishing characteristic is that it begins and ends at a specific time. And now, and it's a leasehold estate for periodic estate or period to period. We'll highlight the first sentence. We'll highlight the first sentence that says, sometimes called an estate from period to period, are created when the landlord and tenant enter into an agreement that continues for an indefinite length of time without a specific expiration date. Go down 3 lines, and at the end of the line, we're going to highlight the agreement is automatically renewed for similar succeeding periods until one of the parties gives notice to terminate, which we call a notice to quit.
Could this also be called a month-to-month lease?
It could be month to month, week to week, year to year. So we don't want to just say month to month because it's not necessarily just month to month. It's all right, Kate. Just try to hang in there or disconnect and get back on.
Yeah, that's what I keep having to do. I'm so sorry. It's
all right.
like, it works for 10 minutes and then it like shuts down. It's crazy.
Did you download the app or are you going through your web browser or are you looking at it on your cell phone?
Oh, I have an app and I'm on my cell phone. I don't have a camera on my computer. It doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think you could use both.
Yeah, you can be on both at the same time.
Oh, okay. Maybe, but I'm having problems with my computer too. To
Okay.
be honest, my internet period. It's not just Zoom. It's like everything.
Gotcha.
So I might reset my
The modem.
yes, I'm gonna do that at lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So, well, the good thing is you could at least rewatch the video if you missed anything. Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad we can do that.
And we got those
Correct.
slides. Okay. So
Thank you very much.
good
Yeah.
thing we record them. And yesterday I uploaded the last 3 days because apparently the last 3 days I've been forgetting to upload them. So they're all uploaded and all updated. We're all caught up.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So a periodic estate is for a period to period. All right. Now, the lease will automatically renew for the same amount of time the original lease was written for, month to month, week to week, year to year. If you wrote it for 6 months, it'll automatically renew for another 6 months. You wrote it for 3 months, it'll automatically renew for another 3 months, right? Either party may give notice to quit, to terminate, that they're not going to renew. Remember, all leases, remember we had this at the beginning of the chat, at the beginning of this, let me back up a couple slides. Anyone who terminates a lease early is in breach of contract. Okay, so these notices to quit, to terminate, that's just saying that they're not going to be renewing the lease. So how much notice is needed to terminate depends on the term of the lease for a periodic estate. So here are the notices, because listen, for exam, you not only need to know the type of estate and its distinguishing characteristics, what these estates are, but you need to know how much notice is needed to not renew it or to renew it, okay? So in this case, a notice to terminate for a periodic estate it varies. For week to week, 1 week's notice, month to month, 1 month's notice. For a period of years, 3 months' notice is needed to terminate. So in a periodic estate, these are leases that instead of having end dates in it, it has a renewal date. And the tenant needs to notify the landlord that they're not going to renew the lease with enough sufficient time. If they don't, that lease will automatically renew for the same amount of time the original lease was written for. Okay?
Got it.
This is just another way that landlords could write leases. This is why we can't give advice to people when they ask us about certain things unless we actually see their lease, how it's written. We need to know what kind of lease they have, how it's set up, right? So when a tenant gives notice to quit, but then does not vacate, they can be held liable for double the rent. Yeah, because if they said they're moving out, normally the lease would just automatically renew. But if they were supposed to be out and they didn't move out, the landlord may have somebody else in line to move in. And if they can't move in, now the landlord's in breach of contract because they don't have the unit available for them. So landlord may be liable to the new tenant for not having the property ready for them. So they may have to put the tenant up somewhere, put their stuff in storage. So this is why the landlord's allowed to charge the tenants double the rent for every month that they overstay. Okay. So let's see what else to highlight there. All right, so under periodic estate, in the bottom of the second paragraph, I guess, holdover tenants. Well, we already got that. Let's highlight in the following paragraph, a New Jersey tenant who remains in possession after the possession of a leased premises after giving notice of their intention to quit the premises may be held liable for double the rent. Okay. You know what? My slides are better to study from than the book for all of this because I put together everything as far as, you know, what an estate for years is. I gave a clearer explanation, you know, and I tell you that because it has an expiration date, if a tenant does not renew, they must vacate at the end of the term. No notice to quit is required. A periodic estate, I tell you what it is, but then I also tell you that how much period notice is needed to terminate at the end of the term, right? Well, because there is no end of the term, it's a renewal date. You have to give so much notice depending on how long the lease term is, okay? In the book, they have this, but it's on a separate page, the notice to quit. It's not all together. I like to keep it all together. I think it's easier to study that way.
Yes.
Because you do need to know how much notice you need to give for different leases. How much notice do you need to give for an estate for years? None. Why? Because it has an expiration date in it. In a periodic estate, depends on how long the lease is to begin with. Week to week, 1 week, month to month, 1 month, period to period, 3 months. If it's for a period of years, for 3 months. All right. Now, an estate or tenancy at will is for an indefinite period of time. There's no length of time that's specified in the lease term. Either party must give 3 months notice to terminate. It's also terminated on the death of either the tenant or the landlord. Both parties have to agree that they want to enter into such a notice. They have to give that 3 months notice to quit. That's kind of a repeating there. Both parties must agree to an indefinite term with 3 months notice to quit. Okay. And here's an example of when you would use this. I mean, anybody can use it, but it would be typically used like if a landlord is notified that the state's taken their property away due to eminent domain. Now, the landlord may not know yet when the state's going to do that. So they could be leasing to a tenant and say, hey, listen, I can't give you a definite lease for a year because the state could come in tomorrow. They notified me that they're taking the property. I know they're taking it. I just don't know when yet that's going to occur. Once they notify me, however, I'm going to give you 3 months notice that you have to be out by because I have to deliver the property vacant to the state. So I can't sign a 1-year lease with you, but I can sign an estate at will. So when it's at the landlord's will, whenever the landlord tells you, you got to go, and they got to give you 3 months notice though. Okay. So let's highlight under tenancy at will in the book, the first sentence, an estate that gives a tenant the right to possess with the consent of the landlord for an indefinite period, because the period is not defined how long you could be there. You could stay there at the landlord's will until they tell you that you got to go. But then they got to give you 3 months notice, right? For an indefinite period is a tenancy at will. And then in the next paragraph, the third sentence, we're going to highlight the term of an estate at will is indefinite, but the estate may be terminated by giving 3 months notice.
I'm sorry, Victor, where was that at in the book?
Second, under tenancy at will, third sentence. 1, 2, fourth sentence, actually. It's next to the last sentence there in the second paragraph under tenancy at will. The term of an estate at will is indefinite, but the estate may be terminated by giving 3 months notice. Now, I know under periodic estate, they also use the word indefinite. But the term is, they say indefinite there because it's automatically renewed. But maybe we should cross out the word indefinite so it doesn't confuse you and just write renewed length, perhaps, renewable length. Under periodic estate, you guys, you see that where it says indefinite length? Because I don't want you associating that word indefinite with periodic estate. I know what they mean there. They mean it's indefinite because you could keep renewing it and renewing it. But the period is defined. It's 3 years. You could rent for a year. That's renewable for another year. So there is a definite period. It's just that it could be succeeding, right? So cross out the word under periodic estate. I want you to cross out the word indefinite. And then this way it just says that continues for a length of time without a specific expiration date. We could just get rid of that word indefinite altogether, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Still got a lot of work to do. I got to type up that report for Kaplan, the book manufacturer here. Okay. All right. Estate or tenancy at sufferance now. What is that? Well, it's when a tenant who once had a valid lease. It's not for squatters who just move into the property. It's a tenant who once had a valid lease. Their lease expired and the tenant did not renew it. And the tenant did not move out. And the tenant is not paying rent. Every day that that tenant remains there, they're causing the landlord to suffer. That's why they call it a tenancy or a state at sufferance. It's a tenant who once had a valid lease. The lease expired, they didn't renew it, they didn't move out, and they're not paying rent. So every day they remain, they're causing the landlord to suffer. That's a tenancy at sufferance or a state at sufferance. These tenants can be evicted at any time. No notice is needed to be given to a tenant before you file for eviction of a tenant if it's for the reason of non-payment of rent. So let's highlight a tenancy at sufferance arises when a tenant who lawfully came into possession of real estate, of real property, continues after their rights have expired to hold possession of the premises without the consent of the landlord. A tenant at sufferance may be evicted at any time. Now that you highlighted that, let's read it from the beginning again. It says, a tenancy at sufferance arises when a tenant who lawfully came into possession of real estate. Okay, I want you to write above that, also not paying rent. Because remember, if they didn't throw that in there, but that's a very important key factor. If a tenant notified the landlord that they didn't renew the lease and they didn't move out, can they still stay possibly? Yeah, if they're paying rent still and the landlord's okay with it, they'd just be a holdover tenant, right? But you could have, this is a negative holdover tenancy where the tenants did not renew the lease, but they're not paying rent either. That's the key. That's a key factor there, but they missed it in the book. They didn't only hold over without the landlord's consent, they're not paying rent. That's an important factor. Right? Good. That's an important factor. You have to write that there. Also not paying rent next to tenancy at sufferance. So those are the 4 types of leasehold estates you need to know. A type of lease for a fixed period of time has an end date in it. It's a question. Type of lease for a fixed period of time has an end date in it.
Estate for years?
State for years. How much notice is needed to quit?
All depends on the lease?
Nope.
Oh, three months?
0.
Wait.
Has an end date. That's so.
Oh, yes, okay.
Unless you renew it, you got to get out.
Right.
Okay. See, this is why they want you to know that, because all the different ones are a little bit different. So this is why they ask you questions on that. So I'm preparing you because most people wouldn't study this unless they knew, and I'm telling you. So now you know. Okay. Not only to study the types of lease that it's for a fixed period of time has an end date, but how much notice is needed to terminate. You need to study that little thing too. None is required for an estate for years. What type of lease automatically renews for the same amount of time it was written for?
Period to period.
Periodic estate or period to period, periodic estate. Automatically renews for the same amount of time it's written for. How much notice is needed to terminate?
Months?
It depends on how long.
It
the lease-
depends on what the lease reads.
This is the one that said that depends on how long the lease is. So if it's for a period of years,
It's years. That-
how much notice is needed to terminate it?
For the year, for
Yeah.
years,
Yeah, for a
It's
period of
3
years,
3 months,
3 months, week to week,
a week,
month to month.
a month.
Now, when does the notice need to be given? Now, say it's month to month. You need 1 month's notice. From when?
At the beginning of the month, the first day?
Before the rent is due.
Oh,
If you notify the tenant after the rent was due, it's 1 month from before the rent on the next month. Okay, so it's the time period, 1 month's notice is from before the rent is due. Okay, by the way, here's something that we didn't go over yet, but I'll bring it up now since I brought up that little tidbit. When is rent due?
Whatever is listed on the lease, whatever states on the lease.
Okay. What if the landlord forgot to put a date when the rent is due in the lease?
it's the date that she gives you the lease. The date, it's handed, put in your hand.
No. Good try, though. New Jersey law talks about this. If the landlord doesn't specify when the rent is due in the lease, if they left that line blank or never mentioned it in the lease, the law says that the rent is due in the arrears. Where is your rear? It's behind you, right? The behind, what's your rear also called? Behind, right? So behind or after the period is due, so at the end of the month, as opposed to up front. So if the landlord doesn't specify in the rent that the rent is due at the beginning of the month, the law stipulates that it's actually due at the end of the month, after the tenant has occupied it for the whole month. Interesting little tidbit there. You see why it's extremely important that you have a date when the rent is due listed in the lease? All right. So here's some of the standard provisions that are listed in any lease here to be a valid lease. It's just like the standard provisions for a contract to be valid. The parties have to have capacity. They have to be sane adults, competent parties, right? The lease has to have a demising clause in it. It says that the landlord is to let and the tenant is to take possession of the premises. There has to be an adequate description of what exactly is being rented to the tenant. Some leases, like say that you're renting a house from a landlord. The landlord could say, yeah, but you can't store stuff in the attic or use the basement, or you could only use half the basement. And you can't use the garage because I'm renting that out to someone else or I'm using it. All right. If that's the case, it needs to be specified in the lease, because if you don't specify it in the lease, then the tenant can use the whole property. Okay, so it's important that when we're renting property, we find out from the landlord, what exactly is the tenant renting or not having access to? We need to specify that in the lease. Very important, right?
Right.
The term has to be clearly stated, its duration. Well, is this a estate for years or a periodic estate? What kind of lease term is it? And you can't just say 1 year. You have to state the start date and the end or renewal date in the lease, unless it's going to be a tenancy at will. You have to specify when rent is due and how it is to be paid, specifics of the rent and how and when it is to be paid. If not stated in the lease, New Jersey law says rent is due in the arrears. You see that term arrears? You have to know that that means at the end. Your rear is in the back at the end, after the end of a period. All right. The lease must be in writing if it's longer than 3 years, and it can be recorded if it's 2 or more. However, that's only if we're not using a real estate agent. If they're using a real estate agent, doesn't matter. It could be a week. We need to get it in writing. And leases are contracts, so they need to be signed by all parties. Turn the page. Here's a lease, a sample lease that we use. We're not going to go over this. You guys can look at it in your own time if you have a magnifying glass handy, because it's kind of small, right? They shrunk down its legal size paper down to regular size here to fit within the margins, and it makes the text kind of small. But if we go to the next to last page in the lease, on page 203 for chapter 14 book, Kate, for you, you're going to be on a different page there, but you see where the lease is?
Yeah.
Go to section 36 of the lease. That should be, it should say window guard notifications, right?
I don't see that. What line?
It's line number 292.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah,
Okay.
I see it.
So I have another slide here that's just a recap of all the different types of estates. I have one slide here that I put down all the information, the word demise, what a leasehold estate is, what a holdover tenant is, and the 4 types of leases, and how much notice is needed to terminate. Except for periodic estate, I put here varying periods because I didn't have room. But I put down as much information as I could about all these on one slide here to study from as well. So I just made another recap slide. Okay, this one's pretty good as well.
Thanks.
Typical provisions of the lease. You have to specify, in the typical provisions of the lease too, you have to specify the use of the premises as well. You know that if you do not specify, then the tenant can use the property for any legal purpose. Now that only really, look, if it's a residential property, you could only use the property for residential use. However, that's obvious, that doesn't need to be stated. But let's just say with commercial leases, commercial properties, you know, if it's not specified in the lease what a tenant can use the property for, then they could use it for any legal purpose. This is why in commercial leases, it is not uncommon where a landlord specifies that you're using it as a real estate office, you're using it as a beauty salon. And not only specifying the use that it can be used for, sometimes landlords specify uses that it cannot be used for. This is especially important in places like strip malls, because you don't want to have 3 beauty salons in the same strip mall, right? Now you're going to have 3 tenants that are struggling to pay the rent because they're all struggling, trying to pay the rent because they're all fighting for the same clientele. The term of the lease, start and renewal dates. Okay. Business relationships, CIS. Okay. Okay. Window guards now. All right. So now on line number 292, that's section 31 or 36 of the lease. That's the right line number there or thereabouts there for you, Kate?
Sorry, yep, I see it.
Okay, so for window guard notifications. All right. There is no paragraph about this in the book. However, on state exam, there is a question about window guard notifications. Now, I get into it probably a little more detail than you really need to know for exams. But let's just go over it, and then I'll give you the basics of what you need to know for exam for studying the window guards. Okay. Pertaining to rentals. Okay, what are window guards, first of all? Window guards prevent the window from opening wide enough so that a child could fall out. So window guards limit the window that it cannot open. There cannot be a space that's more than 4.5 inches wide. So it could restrict that the window can't open more than 4.5 inches, or if it allowed the window to open all the way, there would be kind of like bars over the window that are no more than 4.5 inches apart from each other for the safety of the child. Okay. Now there are some crank windows that swing open. Those ones you could put a stopper there that would prevent it from opening more than 4.5 inches. I'm going to show you some pictures of them on the coming slides. I put some pictures that I gathered. But okay, so section 203, 36, line 292 of the lease, you could see that. Window guards must be installed by the landlord if the child is 10 years of age or younger, will be living there or regularly present there, but only if the landlord gets a written request to install window guards from the tenant. Now, any windows that could be in common areas, if it's in a condominium, for instance, like in the hallways or stairwells, etc., window guards would have to be maintained by the HOA and installed by the HOA. Check this out. They're only required on first floor units if the windowsill is at least 6 feet above grade. Second floor, third floor, 10th floor doesn't require them.
So the kids could just fall out the window from the highest floors.
But on those higher floors like that, you probably should have a fire escape. If we put window guards in, how are you going to get out to the fire escape?
Oh, right.
Right? So that's for safety reasons that they do that. We don't want to lock you in the house and now you're stuck in a fire.
No,
Right.
I've seen buildings that don't have fire escapes. And
Then they probably have window guards at those higher levels. Just take a look at, you could just take a look at the buildings that don't have fire escapes at higher levels like that. They probably have window guards on the windows.
okay.
All right. Because look, this is dealing with what's this, 1 to 4 families pretty much. Okay. That this rule applies to. Now, buildings with 3+ rental units available. Here, I'm adding this additional. So this first section is what we need to know for exam. Okay. This first section that I have on this slide is the only thing we need to know for exam. Now, the rest of this is just additional information and research that I've done. Buildings with 3 or more rental units available, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. Landlords are required to install window guards unless the tenant indicates in writing that they don't want them. It's kind of the opposite of the normal case of 1 to 4 families, where the landlord, actually not one, I should say 1 to 3 families this applies to. You know what? Let's actually write that in there. Actually, doesn't matter if it's owner occupied or applies to buildings with 3 or less rental units. See, this is a little bit hard to explain. So it's actually of 2 or less rental units. If it's a 3-family and the landlord is living in one of the units, how many rentals are there available? 2, right? So I'm going to say this applies to 2 or less rental units. That's why I'm going to word it like that. So that's why I adjusted this. So buildings with 3 or more rental units. Okay, units with 3 or more rental units, landlords are required to install window guards unless the tenant gives them notification that they do not want them. And the landlord has to check them every year before February 15th. They must have the tenant fill out a form about window guards, whether they want that they've been checked or that the tenant doesn't want them. And the landlords have to inspect those window guards twice a year, once between March 1st and May 1st, and again between September 1st and December 1st. And they're required to keep a log for the state that they inspected them. Bless you. They're required to keep a log that they inspected those units, that they're maintaining them. Now, if they have window air conditioning units, sometimes the air conditioning units are smaller than the window and there's a gap on the sides. Well, first of all, even if there's no gap on the sides, any window air conditioning units that are installed have to use tamper-resistant one-way screws. Basically, you cannot remove them with a screwdriver. You need a special tool to, okay? So when you screw the air conditioner into the window, this way somebody can't just remove it with a screwdriver. They have to use the tamper-resistant one-way screws and bolt the AC securely to the window frame without leaving any open space more than 4.5 inches. If it's more than 4.5 inches, they got to put a guard in there still. And in those types of buildings, the landlord can charge residents up to $20 for each window guard that's actually for all of them, really. The landlords are only allowed to charge up to only $20 for the window guards. All right, so let's look at the window guards. Okay. I wish they showed you the head of the one-way screw, what it looks like. Anyway, here's some L-shaped stops that would prevent the window from opening higher than the window guard itself. You see how they screw in these, just the these are metal brackets. Some windows come with plastic ones that you could pull out. And then these are what window guards look like. And they get bolted in with the tamper-resistant screws. And there's no gap that's more than 4.5 inches here. And here's the way that they look when they're installed. I got 2 pictures of, on the right-hand side here, of window guards installed from the exterior of a building on one, and here's from the interior of another building. You could see them, okay? Oh, let me back up one. I also have another one here. Here's the crank windows that push open. You see they put an L bracket here that would prevent the window from opening more than 4.5 inches as well. All right, so let's highlight the window guard stuff now in the book. On line 292, we're gonna highlight the title, Window Guard Notifications. And then we're gonna highlight, the owner or landlord is required by law to provide and install window guards in the apartment if a child or children are 10 years of age or younger will be living or regularly present there for a substantial period of time if the tenant gives the landlord a written request that the window guards be installed. Highlight that. And then go to line 302. And on line 302, towards the end of the line. Actually, line 303, I'm sorry. We're going to highlight window guards are only required to be provided in first floor windows where the window sill is more than 6 feet above grade. When they say grade, they mean the window sill, the bottom of the window is at least 6 feet above ground. If there's not, if it's less than 6 feet above ground, then window guards are not required. Okay, everybody got that stuff highlighted about window guards?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
State exam will usually give you a question about window guards. So it's important that you highlighted that because I know they don't have anything written here, any paragraphs about it in the book, which I'm going to suggest that they do put a separate paragraph in the text, the regular text. Because if the teachers teaching out of this book are not specifically going into the lease and telling you to highlight that, you're not going to read anything about those window guards, which that's a shame. Okay, so turn the page now past the lease. We already went over use of the premises. We talked about the terms of the lease. Attorney review. Do you have to have attorney review for leases?
No.
When do you
No.
have to have attorney review? Or notify tenants or our clients about attorney review?
You always have to give them the option.
For
It says it in the beginning of the lease, somewhere in the lease, in the clause.
For any contract prepared by licensees, if we remember back to
33.
chapter 3, is it? Or even before that, I think it was mentioned too. Any contract prepared by licensees, what needs to be the cover page? The opinion 26 notice. What's the purpose of the opinion 26 notice? To notify people they have a right to hire an attorney. That's for any contract. That's not just purchase contracts, it's also lease contracts. So therefore, leases, we have to give people the opportunity to hire and use an attorney, even though most people will not have attorney review for residential, for leases, for residential leases. But we still got to notify them that they have the right. So what needs to be the cover page of the lease?
Opinion 26.
Opinion 26 notice. There you go. All right. And it works the same way. Okay. So here on page 206, they talk about attorney review again. Then on the next page, the federal lead-based paint disclosure. It's required for any property built prior to, as you can see on the slide, 1978. And then we also have to give them the pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead. And I got a link here again to that pamphlet. And you got to give them a copy of that signed disclosure. So the disclosure statement, the pamphlet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity if they want to enter that lease sooner than 10 days from now. Security deposits. What's the purpose of security deposits?
To provide
To hold the
security.
park.
For damages, to reimburse the landlord for damages that the tenant may do. But it could also secure them if they for unpaid rent. They could make a request to the courts that the landlord can keep the money on the security deposits if the tenant fails to pay the rent. But it would have to specify that in the lease, otherwise they wouldn't be able to. So highlight the title security deposits. And then in the third sentence, we're going to highlight residential landlords may charge no more than 1.5 months rental figure as security deposit. Then we're going to highlight the line below that. We're going to highlight the tenant is to be notified where the money has been placed in a special interest-bearing account used only for security deposits The tenant is to be entitled to all the interest as a credit towards rent on the anniversary of the lease. So we as real estate agents, we have the escrow accounts that our broker has. That's a non-interest bearing account, right? But if you're a property manager, you're holding tenants money for long periods of time, like security deposits. You need to have a separate escrow account that is interest bearing, that the tenant is entitled to all that money, that's interest, because they could have kept that money in their own bank account earning interest. This is for the landlord security. So the landlord has an obligation to make sure that they're still earning interest by keeping it in an interest bearing bank account. And the tenant cannot keep that interest that they're making off of the client's money. They have to give that money to the tenant, either as a credit on the anniversary of their lease, you know, that next month they could just make the rent a little bit cheaper by the amount of interest they're supposed to pay them, or they give them a check for that, for the amount of interest that they earned. The penalty, if the landlord does not do this, is double the entire security. So how much money can a tenant actually earn on under security deposit sitting in a bank account for a year? Couple dollars tops, right? But that's their money and they have a right to it. And if the landlord is not giving that money to the tenant, they're violating the tenant's rights. They're stealing from them. The tenant, if they know their rights, they could request that from a court, that the landlord pay them double the entire security deposit that that landlord was holding for them as a penalty, to make it sting a little and let them know they should not be doing that. Any of you guys ever know that before? Well, now you do, and knowing is half the battle. All right. Now, what's the maximum security deposit allowed by law that a landlord can collect?
Month and a half.
1.5 times the monthly rental figure. Can a landlord charge pet security?
Yes.
Yes.
Not if it exceeds the 1.5 months.
Oh, good to know.
So if they already have a 1.5 months security deposit, they cannot charge any additional security for a pet. See, if the landlord only charged 1 month's rent security, they could charge additional pet security up to half a month, right?
Yep.
So the best thing, if a landlord is going to allow pets, they should do the 1.5 months security deposit plus a non-refundable one-time pet fee.
Right.
It's non-refundable, it's not security, so you're okay. Or, I should say, they could also charge rent, additional rent for the pet.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Charge an additional $25 or $50 or whatever you want to charge for the additional rent for having a pet. I mean, you know, the pet's going to do damages, you know, even if it's a little foo-foo dog. It doesn't have to be a Rottweiler or a pit bull to cause damage, or a German Shepherd, you know. It could be a little Chihuahua, you know. It lifts its leg, it has an accident, you know. Even though you cleaned it up, you know, soaks through that carpet, you know, even if you vacuumed that carpet, even if you, well, what do you call it? The soap, you know, shampooing the carpet. You know, when you eventually lift up that carpet, there's wetness under it, there's damage, those floors get stained, you know, the wood floors get damaged, there's damage. So the landlord should collect some kind of a thing, because there's going to be damage done, even though it may not be visible. There'll be some damage somewhere there. anyway, that's what the landlord could do. And I suggest to landlords, if they're allowing pets, that they always have some sort of a pet rider. Have their attorney prepare it up, a pet rider. Maybe they already have something in place. Let the landlord know, if you're representing the landlord, that they should contact their insurance company and let them know that they're renting to a tenant that has a pet. Because if they don't notify their insurance company that they have a tenant with a pet, well, the insurance company is going to want to know what kind of pet, what breed of the animal. Like if it's a dog, they're going to want to know what kind of breed of the animal and all that stuff. Because if that animal ends up biting somebody and the insurance company was unaware that it was there, the insurance company can drop the landlord's insurance and not cover whatever happened. So having a pet rider that shows that have some kind of a thing where the tenant signs a hold harmless agreement of the landlord, that the tenant's going to be responsible for any and all legal fees involved if there's ever a problem, that the tenant is going to be responsible for all expenses pertaining to any problems or issues with that pet. Okay. If they don't want to take on that responsibility, then they shouldn't be having a pet. And it also makes sure that they have their rabies shot, their distemperment shots, and all that stuff. It's not a bad idea to also make sure that that pet has been spayed or neutered. Okay, because if they're not spayed or neutered, they tend to be a little more wild as well. If they're not spayed or neutered, if it's a male, they're trying to break out all the time. They're doing damages because they're trying to find a female they can hump. If they're a female, they always have issues. They're always bleeding, and it's causing problems. When they do that on carpets and floors and stuff, it's a mess. And most people, they don't take proper care of their animals when it comes to those things if they're not spayed or neutered properly. So it becomes a problem. Let's just avoid the problem. You want that pet, it has to be spayed or neutered, has to have its distemper shots, has to have its rabies shots. Those will also, by requiring those things, will also greatly reduce the risk of any attacks or problems. Okay. Can a landlord charge a fee for having a service animal?
No,
No.
no.
No, they cannot, because a service animal is not a pet. Right? Can they charge security deposit for a service animal?
I don't know.
They can,
They can. Okay.
because they could cause damages still.
Right.
It's not pet security though.
Mm.
Okay. Remember, you're still charging the landlord security. All right. You can't charge additional rent for the pet because it's not a pet, it's a service animal. But they may be able to charge a security. But once again, what's the maximum security that you could charge? 1.5 times monthly rental figure. So don't even call it a pet security or service animal security. Just charge on that 1.5 times monthly rent. Right? All right. All right. Let's see. Security deposits have to be returned to the tenant at the end of the lease within 30 days of the termination of the lease. They have to return the security deposit to the tenant, except for deductions for damages. They cannot deduct for normal wear and tear. They can only deduct from security deposits for damages. Now, damages could also include garbage left behind. They didn't clean up after themselves. They left broken furniture. Now the landlord's going to have to clean it. So not for ordinary wear and tear, but for damages or garbage left behind. Check this out. You know what could also classify as damages? Odors. If a place stinks, what the hell were you doing there that it stinks so bad? Were you smoking in the apartment? Did they allow smoking? Did you cook, were you cooking food with strong spices? Were you always cooking fish or cooking things with like curry, for example, strong spices that were leaving strong odors behind? Well, you need to clean the place and make sure it's deodorized first. If you leave strong odors that are stuck in the carpet, in the walls, in the cabinetry, you need to clean the place. If you don't do it, those are damages. The landlord can charge a security deposit to clean them. Okay. Deductions for damages must be itemized. You can't just say we're keeping X amount or we're keeping all of your security deposit. You have to specify why you're keeping the security deposit and how much for what. There was a hole in the wall. It cost X amount of dollars to fix. You know, you need to give them an itemized list of deductions. Okay, and if the property is sold, the landlord has to turn over any security deposits to the new owner, because that new owner is going to be responsible for returning the security deposit to the tenant, minus itemized deductions for damages. Okay? Any questions? Are we all good on all that?
All good.
Oh, one more thing. No maximum amount of security, no limitations on maximum amount of security for commercial properties. There's no maximum security limits for commercial real estate. The maximum allowed by law for residential is 1.5 times monthly rental figure, but for commercial real estate, a landlord can charge you 3 months security deposit if they wanted. Often it's common. They could charge as much as they could get away with getting you to pay. Okay, so here's the breakdown on service animals, but here's a question, a scenario I got from one of the, probably one of the federal websites pertaining to this. So let's ask you a little question on it now. So how do fair housing laws apply to real life situations? Here's a real life example. John's been diagnosed with a severe depression and is disabled as defined by the Fair Housing Act. His doctor describes John a dog, prescribes John a dog to help alleviate some of his symptoms. John asks his landlord if he could have a dog as a reasonable accommodation for his disability. His landlord says yes, but tells John he'll need to pay a $250 pet deposit and must provide proof that the animal's trained. The question is, did John's landlord correctly handle John's request under the Fair Housing Act? And what if John wanted a cat or a ferret instead? Well, the answer would be no. John's landlord did not handle the request correctly. The landlord cannot charge a pet deposit because it's a service animal. It's not a pet. But so further, the landlord cannot ask for proof that the animal's trained because that person with the disability can train them themselves, right? Lastly, service companion animals do not have to be just dogs. They could also be other animals such as cats or ferrets or birds. Look, somebody who's hard of hearing can have a bird that chirps at high frequencies when somebody comes to the door to alert them. Now, I wouldn't know the first thing about training a bird to sing when somebody rings the doorbell, but so a homeowner could, the person with the disability could train their animal if they know how, but otherwise, I don't know how they would. Okay, late payments is the last thing we're going to do, and then we're going to break for lunch. Late payments can be charged to tenants. You got to check with local rent control law ordinances if your municipality has them. Some tenants have to be given a 5-day grace period free from any late fees or penalties. Now, a lot of landlords do this anyway, but they don't know why. Actually, you don't have to give that grace period to everybody. They think that they do, but there's actually only certain people that applies to. People relying on Social Security benefits or any other government pension. like old age railroad retirement pensions or any other government or quasi-governmental pension, they have to be given a 5-day grace period free of any late charges or penalties. The reason being is if the government is late sending the check to them, the landlord cannot penalize them because it was beyond their control. But once again, always check rent control laws before charging any late fees or penalties. We'll talk a little bit more about charging late fees or penalties. Let's highlight in the book now, though, the title, late payments. And then the third sentence, which is the last sentence or last 3 lines almost. Landlords may charge a penalty for late fees of late payments of rent, except to senior citizens receiving Social Security, old age railroad retirement pensions, or any other government pension must be given a 5-day grace period free of any late charges. So, hello. Okay, so legal principles of a lease. Okay, a tenant cannot take possession until the dates are specified in the lease come about. You should never try to arrange for a tenant to be able to, even though they signed a lease, to just get the keys and get early access so they could put some of their stuff in the place that they're supposed to be coming to rent. Not until the tenant cannot use in any way, not even for storage, until their lease start date. Okay. So the tenant cannot take possession until the dates are specified in the lease and after the city inspections get done. We have to have city inspections done before somebody can occupy a premises. At minimum, a fire inspection. We need to get a fire inspection every time a tenant changes. All right. Improvements. A tenant is restricted. They cannot make improvements to a premises without the landlord's written consent. The landlord is responsible for maintaining the premises in a habitable condition that's safe for people. The tenants must return it in the same condition that they received, with allowances for ordinary, allowances for wear and tear through ordinary use. So the landlord is responsible for all repairs unless otherwise specified in the lease. The DCA, that's the Department of Community Affairs, inspects all buildings with 3 or more units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. So if it's a 3-family house and it's owner occupied, how many rentals are there available? Only 2. So those don't require the state inspection. State inspections only required for buildings with 3 or more rental units. All right, there's the way to remember it. Those are also the same buildings that were required to, the landlords are required to give the truth in renting booklet to, which we're going to learn about in a moment. So if rent, if there's damages to the property and the landlord's responsible for fixing them and they're not doing the repairs, for keeping up with the maintenance. The tenant, New Jersey does recognize the rights, the tenant's right to repair and deduct from the rent, but they should try to save the landlord money by pricing out, trying to get at least a couple of pricings for trying to get them the best deal from, so they should get at least 3 quotes for the work. If the rent is withheld from by the tenant, trying to force the landlord to pressure them into doing repairs, that tenant should keep that money in an escrow account or a bank account so that they'll have it still to pay the landlord after they do the repairs. A lot of times people think they know their rights and they don't. They think that they just don't have to pay rent and they could just resume paying rent after the landlord does the repairs. That's not true. Where the law allows a tenant to withhold paying rent to the landlord until repairs are done, after the repairs are done, the tenant has to pay the landlord all that back rent that they've been withholding. that gets people in some bad situations sometimes when they don't know the rules. They think they do, and then they just try to resume paying rent, and then the landlord gets them evicted because they didn't pay all that back rent for the time that they were still there using it. All right. So can tenants make improvements to the premises? Only with the landlord's written permission. You cannot even paint your walls without the landlord's permission. They need to get approval. You know, if you just allow tenants to do whatever, you know, what are they going to do? If they're going to mess with electrical or anything, you got to make sure that they have licensed people doing it. You're getting the permits to do it. Look, even simple things like painting the walls. You let tenants do whatever they want. They're going to paint the walls black or dark purple or hot pink, these colors that are, you know, whatever. But those colors are horrible and hard to paint over when you're trying to return it back to a neutral color. So maintenance of those premises. Okay, so every residential lease, whether it's written or oral, is considered to contain an implied warranty of habitability, that those premises are fit for human habitation. And therefore, it's the landlord's responsibility to maintain it in that kind of a condition. So landlords must make any necessary repairs to keep it in a habitable condition. In the third paragraph underneath maintenance of premises, we're going to highlight if a landlord fails to make certain repairs, New Jersey does recognize the tenant's rights to repair and deduct. And then the next sentence we're going to highlight, if rent is withheld, it should be put into an escrow account, but such measures should not be undertaken without consulting an attorney first. All right, so with the landlord, now I'm not going to tell you to highlight this because I mean I had it when way back when I got my license, but I haven't really heard from feedback from students whether they're seeing this on exam or not. So I'm not sure if it is, but it says where the landlord furnishes heat between October 1 and May 1, all rooms must be heated to at least 68 degrees from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. and at least 65 degrees at night. So that's only where heat is included in the monthly rental payment. The landlord can't shut off the heat. They have to keep it warmed up even when the tenant's not paying the rent. They can't shut off the heat because they're not paying the rent. They still need to keep it to these temperatures, these minimum temperatures. Now you may think that's cold, but it ain't freezing. 68 degrees is not freezing. So, and neither is 65 degrees at night. You should be under the covers anyway. Nice, cool, nice and cool. All right. So, state inspections. We often refer to it as the green card inspection. That's the industry lingo. You'll never see it on exam as the green card inspection. However, in real life, when you're dealing with property owners and other agents, when dealing with homes with 3 or more units, sometimes they'll ask if the property is up to date on its green card. What are they? If you look at them like they got 3 heads, you know, they're going to know you don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're talking about the state inspection. All right. So it's required for any building with 3 or more units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in. The state inspection will be done by somebody from the DCA. They have their own inspectors from the Department of Community Affairs that they send out. And this must be done at least once every 5 years for buildings with 3 or more units. And hotels and motels must be inspected at least once every 3 years. Okay, now the hotels and motels, they could be inspected without any prior appointment or notification. All right, so on page 209, under termination of a lease, I want you to put a highlighted box around just a bulleted list that shows you the different ways, the different periods for terminating the different types of leasehold estates. Okay. So how much notice is needed to terminate an estate for years?
None, because it already has a
None,
date.
correct. And for a periodic estate, well, it's for varying periods, year to year,
3 months,
month to month,
month,
week to week.
1 week.
There you go. So that's the periods for termination right there in that bulleted list. So I just happen to put a highlighted box around that bulleted list of how much notice not to renew a lease or to end a lease term. That's what that list is. All right. So this is just going over those last couple of paragraphs where there was nothing really for us to highlight, but it was going over some of the fine points here. Trade fixtures are fixtures that are used for business purposes, and they can be removed by a tenant, provided that that tenant removes them before the lease expires. Otherwise, is it possible for a trade fixture to become a fixture and part of the real estate?
Yes.
Yes. If they didn't remove it before the lease had expired. We should mention that somewhere in this chapter, but I don't think they do for some reason. We got that in an earlier chapter, but we should mention trade fixtures. Well, they don't. Okay. Examples of trade fixtures would be the barber chair, the gas station pumps, sinks in a beauty salon, shelvings in a supermarket, etc. Stoves and ovens in a restaurant, right? Okay, so the Truth in Renting booklet down the bottom, page 209, after this termination of a lease section, talks about the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, publishes an annual updated statement on the rights and duties of residential landlords and tenants, including information on eviction procedures, building maintenance requirements, and rent and lease provisions. Landlords must give a copy to every tenant and post a copy in the common area of the property, like the hallways or someplace, a bulletin board of some sort. On the next page, the next paragraph, we're going to highlight the Truth in Renting, the booklet, Truth in Renting. And then there's a couple links. You have it available in English and Spanish right there. Well, you could highlight it if you want. You don't necessarily have to highlight it. But highlight the booklet, Truth in Renting, and above that paragraph, we're going to write the Truth in Renting booklet. Who do we have to give it to?
Every tenant.
It's only required to give it to tenants in the buildings that require the state green card inspection. And what types of buildings would those be?
The ones renting 3 or more units.
The ones with 3 or more rental units available. So I wrote a note on the top of the page here. The Truth in Renting booklet is only required for tenants in buildings requiring the state green card inspection with 3+ units, not counting unit landlord lives in. Yeah, I know it's a mouthful. The Truth in Renting booklet is only required in buildings with 3+ units not counting the unit the landlord lives in. So it's the same buildings that require the state green card inspection there. I don't know if you guys are writing that at all or not.
Yeah.
You are? Okay. Give you a minute.
Yes.
Give you a minute to make those notes then. Let me know when you're done. Or if you need me to repeat it. It's basically what I have here in the slideshow. Truth in Renting booklet is given to people, to tenants in buildings that require the state green card inspection with 3+ units.
Got it.
Okay. So that following paragraph, the Truth in Renting, where it says Truth in Renting as the title, that explains what I have on the slide here, but they do it kind of backwards. All these book explanations, I hate the way they describe it. They make things wordier than they need to be. They say the booklet explains the rights and responsibilities of the tenants and the landlords and provides information about leases, security deposits, discrimination, health and up-to-date information. They got lists of legal sources and that could help tenants out as far as if they need legal help or assistance paying for heat and utilities or any other issues like that. They got all kinds of, the booklet discusses all them issues in it. Now, the only thing is they don't publish that book anymore. It's only available through a PDF here now. So you can go to their website and I have the links here. I have 2 links here, one from the DCA's website and another one from another link on the state website that's for the another DCA page. All right, so I got 2 resources here. One's for the DCA's website and one's for the booklet. This one's the actual booklet here that talks about the tenant's rights, their obligations, and the landlord's obligations to the tenant. All right. So this is the Truth in Renting booklet. The latest one anyway. It's a link to it on their website. And it goes over all kinds of, rights of entry. Does the landlord have the right to enter your unit? I mean, it goes over all kinds of questions, from payments to repairs to housings with subsidies and taxes and evictions and foreclosures, and it covers all kinds of issues in this booklet. Okay. Oh, it goes on and on and on. Anyway, I'm running it live, so it's taking a while. It's 55-page booklet. All right. So it covers a lot of stuff. You got to download it. It's not loading everything right here for me right now. Covers a lot of issues. All right. That's the Truth in Renting booklet. It informs tenants of their rights, duties, and obligations, and the rights, duties, and obligations of the landlord as well. Has to be given to what tenants? Tenants in buildings with 3 or more rental units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. That's the easiest way to remember it. The book would give you a backwards explanation and tell you where it's not needed. All right, disclosures of property owners. So landlords have to disclose in the lease, the contact information for the property owners or property management, so they have emergency contacts. And they also have to be on file with the local governments and state agencies. Look, if the house burns down, how do they know who to get in touch with? That information got to be on file. That's why if you ever have a rental property available, you must have, in order to rent your own property, it has to be registered with the local government as a rental property. You have to pay for a permit and register your property as a rental property before you can rent it. And then every time that a tenant changes, you have to get it inspected for fire inspection to make sure the fire, smoke detectors and all that stuff are working and up to code. And then with that new permit, now we know who all the tenants are that are living there. So in the event of a fire department can check the records right away, and they have access and they know how many people are renting, who should be in there. There's 2 adults and 3 kids, so that they make sure they got everybody out. Okay, federal crime insurance from the Department of Housing and Urban Affairs is subsidized federal crime insurance may be available through HUD, available in high-risk areas or high crime areas. I don't know how that's any different than tenant insurance. Tenant insurance, I mean, you could get it cheap for less than $100. You could get like $60,000 worth of coverage for your own personal stuff. So I don't know what federal crime insurance would cover. Okay, Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, page 210 now. Highlight the title, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA. Now, this was a law that was enacted in the early 90s. The purpose of it was to make sure that people with disabilities are not discriminated against in the workplace. However, there's a section in it that pertains to real estate. Title 3 of the ADA prohibits discrimination in commercial buildings, requiring them to be handicap accessible. It says all new construction has to be handicap accessible because it's easier when you're building the property to make it handicap accessible from the beginning than having to retrofit it later. But for existing structures, the ADA states that their recommendation is reasonably achievable accommodations to make those buildings accessible to those with handicaps within reason. Reasonably achievable accommodation. So what is a reasonably achievable accommodation? That means with little cost and ones that don't require massive retrofitting, like putting in ramping or reversing the direction in which doors open or close, putting in push bars for doors where there's twist handles, making stalls available in bathrooms for people in wheelchairs so that they could turn around a wheelchair. So you got to have those 5-foot wide stalls, right? And grab bars, installing grab bars. Maybe lowering publicly mounted telephones if you could find them still. But would you have to lower a water fountain so that somebody in a wheelchair can have access to it? Not necessarily, because they do recognize workarounds. You could install a cup dispenser and they could still get the water with the cup dispenser, right? And let's see. So, what kind of properties does the ADA deal with? The Americans with Disabilities Act.
Commercial?
Commercial properties. It makes sure that commercial properties are handicap accessible. And what is their recommendation for existing structures to make them accessible?
Reasonably achievable accommodations.
There you go. That's all you need to know for school and state exam. So now, no matter what kind of scenario they paint for you, asking yourself that question, just to recap, you'll be able to figure out the answer. What kind of property does it pertain to? Commercial properties. And what is their recommendation for existing structures? Reasonably achievable accommodations. Okay, reasonable achievable accommodations could also entail, setting aside handicap parking spaces for those with disabilities, right? All right. So let's highlight in the third paragraph, Title III of the ADA prohibits discrimination in commercial properties. Then go to the next paragraph and highlight to protect existing structures, owners of existing structures from massive, extensive remodeling. The ADA recommends reasonably achievable accommodations to provide access to the facilities and services, and then underline reasonably achievable accommodations. Now remember this one, rental referral agencies. We're dealing with rental referral agencies. How often you need to check to see if a unit is still available, if it's advertised.
3 days,
If it's advertised every day.
1 day,
If
right?
you only have it listed and
Then
you
3
don't
days.
advertise it, then it's every 3 days. And anytime somebody gives you advance fees of $25 or more, it should be placed in an escrow account, and then you got to give it should be placed into an escrow account. And then I give an example of a rental referral agency here, Best Rent NJ. You know, that's the example we went over actually in chapter 4 when we were talking about chapter about this to begin with. So they're an example of a rental referral agency. How that's different from a regular agency is they reach out to apartment complex owners that usually have their own rental offices, and they just have them, they say, hey, they come up with an agreement. We'll market your property, and in the event that we find a renter that we refer over to you, you're going to pay us a referral fee. Okay. So rent control. Turn the page. Actually, above rent control, the previous section there, we're going to highlight advance fees of $25, more than $25, regulations require depositing the funds into an escrow account.
Where we at?
Page 212, above rent control, that last sentence there, under the section of rental referral agencies. Advance fees of more than $25. Regulations require that those funds be put into an escrow account. Now, next to rent control, I want you to write rules set by each municipality. That is, if they have it. Not all municipalities have rent control rules, but if they do, those rules are set by each municipality on a different basis. So if your municipality has rent control rules, you need to check what those rules are for that municipality. So there are laws that are set by each municipality. Not all municipalities have rent control. Laws put in place, there are laws that are put into place to prevent slumlords from taking advantage of their tenants, and they control things, controls raising rents, charging late fees, goes over different eviction rules, etc. Now, you guys heard that term, the road to hell is paved with the best of intentions. Well, rent control is one of those situations where the road to hell is paved with the best of intentions. It's hard to make a rule, a law that protects everybody, because somebody's going to get disenfranchised by it. Like rent control. What happens when the building gets older and you're limited on how much you could raise the rents on people on a regular basis? You have people paying super low rents that are not in line with what the current rental figures are. And as these buildings get older, it's harder to maintain them. You need to collect more money to keep up with them. And keep in mind, renting is a business. The landlord's in it still to make money. But there will become a point where not only does it become not profitable, but it becomes hard to even maintain the properties. So at some point, those landlords in rent-controlled municipalities, those properties are going to fall apart, and the landlord is going to try to dump it. Now, we step in the picture as real estate agents, where somebody's trying to sell one of these apartment buildings or multi-unit family buildings in a town that has rent control. And we're wondering why the property's going for so cheap, or why the why the rents are so cheap in the house that we're selling. Well, it could be because the town is rent controlled. Don't go there puffing, telling your investors, oh, wow, these rents are super cheap here. You could always raise them. You may not be able to, not if they have rent control. So you got to be careful with your puffing in rent control towns and find out the rules first. If a property has low rents, you may want to check and see if that town has rent control. That could be why they're looking to sell it to begin with, right? So eviction and condo conversions. Who cannot be evicted from a condominium conversion? We went over this in like chapter 3, I think. People who lived in the building for at least 2 years before the conversion began. No, not chapter 3. I think it was chapter 5 or 6. People who lived in the building at least 2 years before the conversion began. They got to be 62 and older or have certain disabilities. Their income's less than 3 times their county's per capita income, or in any case, no more than $50,000 a year. And if they meet all 3 of those criteria, they could remain there as renters, tenants, for the next 40 years, right? So just to recap on who cannot be evicted from a condo conversion. So under eviction, second paragraph, starting at the second sentence till the end of the paragraph, highlight that all or put a highlighted box around it. It's basically talking about these people from condo conversions cannot be evicted. And then I'm just going to write in a margin, condo conversion evictions. All right, constructive eviction is the next topic. Constructive eviction, let's highlight the title. Let's look at it let's just look at it now from the slideshow, and then we'll go and we'll highlight this stuff. Constructive evictions, kind of like construction. What is constructive eviction? It's an action that's taken by the tenant, not the landlord, to legally terminate their lease early. If the landlord fails to provide the basic services or make essential repairs when there are uninhabitable conditions. So when the landlord fails to make repairs and it makes the unit unlivable, the tenant, this is a way that the tenant can legally get out of the lease early. They could file for constructive eviction. The tenant has to first notify the landlord there's a problem so that they're aware of it and try to fix it. But if the landlord doesn't try to make the repairs, the tenant can vacate, move out, stop paying rent, and then notify the landlord they're terminating the lease early due to constructive eviction. And then the landlord has to return all the security deposits to the tenant. They cannot keep any of those security deposits. All right, so this is a type of eviction where the tenant takes the action, not the landlord. The tenant is essentially evicting themselves because there's unlivable conditions there. Now, that's one way that the tenant can get out of their lease legally. But constructive eviction can also be used by the landlord too. Let's just say that there was a natural disaster or something that caused a lot of damages, and the landlord doesn't want to do the repairs. In order to get the tenant out, they could just not do the repairs. But in that case, that's not legal right there. The landlord cannot just not do the repairs just so that they could try to get a tenant out. Okay. The tenant does have control in that situation where the landlord would have to make the repairs. But let's just say there's a situation like there's one that I usually paint a picture of. I usually give an example of a tenant that I had this one young girl who was a first-time mom, single mom, that she was renting in a one-family house. Let me draw you a picture. It was a one-family house that was zoned as two-family. It was grandfathered in as a two-family, okay? And then there's a basement down here, and that basement is, you know, below ground, of course. But they had this attachment, a door here, and then there's steps that that get you down into the basement from here. There's a door here, you know, and then you can walk down the steps so you can get into the basement. This house was grandfathered as a two-family house. When you look at it, there's no way that would be a two-family house today. It's just grandfathered that way because it's been used that way for a long period. So this basement unit came available for rent. And so I showed it to her. She was okay with it. And she moved in. You know, the landlord, he slapped paint on everything. It was clean. So she moved in. Couple months later, I get a call from the tenant. So this was my listing. And then I brought the tenant in. She called me up and said, Victor, I got a real problem here. She's like, the landlord, he's not responding to me. I mean, he usually communicates to me through text message or email. He's very responsive. He doesn't like being called. He never picks up, but through text and email, he's very responsive. And I've been trying to reach him now for quite a while, and he's not been answering any of my texts or emails or anything. And I was like, well, what's the problem? And she's like, well, I first noticed this when I was bathing my baby in the tub. Now, if you know, when you bathe a baby, you put them in those plastic tubs and you put it inside the tub or the sink, you know, you don't just put them in the tub, right? They get those little plastic tubs that those little portable ones that you put the baby in. And she said, well, I was bathing my baby in the tub. And the problem is every time they flush the toilet upstairs, it comes out into my tub. I would say that qualifies as an uninhabitable condition. What about you guys?
Absolutely.
Imagine you were taking a shower and all that comes up. Oh, that's disgusting. So I said, can you prove that you were, you know, can you have all these printouts? Can you prove that you were trying to reach out to the landlord and he's just ignoring you? And she's like, oh yeah, I got all of it. You know, I was like, okay, well, I suggest you print all that stuff out. Keep a copy of it. I said, do you have anybody that you could move in with temporarily? We could try to find you another place. She's like, yeah, I got a girlfriend I can move in with. I was like, okay, then do this. You have notified the landlord that there was a problem, what that problem was, right? And she's like, many times. And he hasn't answered me. I was like, okay, well, you got to keep that record and contact your girlfriend, see if you can move in with her. And in the meantime, I want you to do something else too, because this was in Edison, and Edison, it's the health department that handles the rentals in Edison. So I said, contact the health department and file a complaint with them. All right. And move your stuff out and notify the landlord you're terminating the lease early due to constructive eviction. But don't stop paying rent until you got your stuff moved out. Okay. And then I told her, I gave her the number of an attorney that she could call just to get a little advice from. I said, do not do anything though till you call this attorney. I was like, tell him that I told you to call. I said, just to make sure that I gave you the right advice to do things in the right order, because this is legal advice and I'm not an attorney and I don't want to jam you up. I want to make sure that I'm telling you the right order. So make sure before you do anything though, you talk to this attorney. So she did. The attorney said I gave her the right advice. She contacted the health department, filed that complaint, which it was funny because when they looked up the property owner, she was like, the one girl looked over to the other one over there that was working in the health department, and she was like, oh, It's one of Chester's properties. It's like they knew this guy by first name. They're like, oh, that guy. Yeah, they're like, yeah, he's a slumlord. He doesn't do any work until we force him to. Till we got to go down there and force him to. And so they were pretty much new. So anyway, she filed that complaint with him. She moved out, and guess who I got a call from? Got a call from her landlord, Chester. Right? He was yelling and screaming at me, not because he knew that I was even talking to her. He was yelling and screaming at me that he wanted his commission back that he paid me because the tenant that I got him didn't stay in there for the full year. I was like, well, first of all, slow your roll with yelling at me, because she contacted me and I know exactly what's going on there, and shame on you. I was like, you're being a slumlord. It's messed up how you're treating her. I was like, the people upstairs, they get every time. I was like, there's a problem with your plumbing there. She shouldn't have to live where every time they flush the toilet, it's coming out into her tub. That's disgusting. It's a health problem. I was like, it's a problem. You don't want to pay the money to fix it. And he's like, well, you owe me the commission because I paid you for a commission based on a tenant living there for a year. I'm like, wait, whoa. First of all, when did I earn my commission? I said, I hooked you up with a tenant, and the tenant and the landlord signed a lease together. We got the city inspections. Everything was good. The date came. She gave you the money. You gave her the keys. It's now a landlord-tenant issue, buddy. And if you can't keep your tenants because you can't maintain your property, is that my problem or yours? I said, that's your problem. So I've earned my commission. So don't come yelling at me because you're a slumlord and you don't want to pay nothing and you're losing your tenants trying to get your commission back. He's like, I'm going to sue you. And I was like, you know what? You could sue me all you want. I was like, because that I'm in the right and you don't got a leg to stand on. I was like, for that matter, I don't want to deal with you anymore. You could take your listings and shove them. I said, I don't want to deal with you anymore. You could call somebody else for help to sell to rent out your properties. Okay, he had a bunch of properties that he did rentals for, but the guy's a freaking slumlord. I'm not gonna be getting good tenants to come in like that, and then he's gonna be treating them like that. I don't want to get a bad reputation for hooking people up by being a representative of a scumbag like that. So I basically told the guy, you're a scumbag, you're a slumlord, and I don't want to deal with you anymore. And then last thing I heard from him, he was yelling, I'm gonna sue, click. I hung up on him. All right. Shows you guys, you don't need to work with everybody that's out there. You could choose who your clients are going to be. Now, what was going on in this place? Sometimes people got questions about that. Okay, let's just say we got the sewer pipes that come from upstairs, that come from the sinks and the toilets and everything. And sewer pipes go below the ground. They go out through the basement, below the basement level, and then they go out to the street. And then here's where the city's property, the property owner's property ends. And then they go out to the city's, they connect to the city's sewer pipe, right? So what happened was this guy's sewer pipe that's on his property collapsed over here. So every time they flush the toilet or something or run water, it runs down, it hits this blockage, and then it backs up to the lowest point. Where's the lowest point? The tub in the basement. That's why it was backing up through that tub in the basement and not through her toilet or her sinks. Because the tub in the basement was the lowest point of the drain. And then it would slowly drain out as the liquids didn't go by. All right. He just didn't want to have to pay to dig this out and replace this section of pipe, which would have cost him about $2,000 to do. Just being cheap. That's it. Now, this could have happened because maybe tree roots, or maybe it's just old clay and it just collapsed. I don't know. There's various reasons that could happen. But you're responsible for your pipes on your property. The city's responsible for it from this point on, when it goes to the city pipes connection. All right, so sometimes people ask, how did that happen? And so there's that picture, shows you how. All right. So a type of eviction action that's taken by the tenant to terminate a lease early due to hazardous conditions, unsafe, uninhabitable conditions. What do we call it?
Constructive.
Constructive.
Constructive eviction. That'll be an exam question. Add it to your definition lists. And that's different than the normal types of eviction, which we refer to as actual eviction or suit for possession. So actual eviction is an action that's taken by the landlord. Eviction's the process of taking the tenant to court to revoke their rights to occupy your property. Because remember, you signed a lease, you're giving that tenant the rights to occupy your premises. So you got to take them to court to revoke those rights. You can't just kick them out on the street when the tenant's violating the terms of the lease or not paying rent. Got to take them to court still. The landlord would file what's known as a summary or dispossess proceeding. And before they can evict the tenant, they have to serve them with proper notice, except for the reason of non-payment of rent. Okay, hold on one second. I want to add something here to this definition list. A notice must be given before filing for eviction, except for non-payment of rent is the only time when the notice is not required. See guide of timelines required to serve tenant notice to quit on page 213. Page 213. So this guide of timelines required to serve tenant with a notice to quit before a lawsuit to evict a tenant can be filed. That would be on page 213. Now, we don't need this for exams. You don't need to study this for exams. This, I don't know if you saw what I just wrote. I just added another bullet point here. It says, see guide of timelines required to serve tenant with a notice to quit before a lawsuit to evict a tenant can be filed, page 213. It says causes for eviction here. This is actually a list of all the timelines that a landlord, if you are a residential landlord, before you could file the lawsuit to evict a tenant for violating the terms of the lease, to revoke the tenant's rights to occupy your property, the courts required that the landlord serve proper notice to the tenant. Now, the only time they're not required to serve a proper notice is with non-payment of rent, for the reason of non-payment of rent. So look, there's a list here for non-payment of rent, no notice to quit needed. Tenant's disorderly conduct, 3 days notice. So the landlord has to serve that tenant with a piece of paper that says, hey, listen, you're being disorderly. Here's your 3-day notice to quit. And they come back 3 days later. If there's any other, if they continue to be disorderly anytime after those 3 days, then the landlord can file for eviction. Okay, this is how the notice to quit process works. You're giving the tenant a notice to quit whatever activities or whatever it is that they're violating, however they're violating that lease. And if they're continuing to violate that lease, then the landlord can evict, can file for the lawsuit. But when you go to landlord tenant court, if anybody's ever been, if you haven't, just go down and look, go down to the county courthouse and watch some of these eviction proceedings. you'll see patterns after a while. You'll see some common things and the common excuses. And a lot of it, you could see how a judge can see, oh, this is a regular thing. Yeah, you know, it becomes like, so one of the patterns that you could also notice is that the judges are always asking the landlord, was proper notice served? Was proper notice served? All right, and they'll say, show me. Okay, how is proper notice served? They should have some kind of a documentation or something that shows that either you hired a process server to serve the notice, or you have some kind of certified letter from a friend that you had certified serve the proper notice. Landlord can give it to them themselves. However, if the tenant knows the rules, they could just say no, they didn't, and then, you know, the landlord's neither here nor there. You know, it's an argument, he said, she said. So it's not a bad idea to pay somebody to do it, either like a process server, that's somebody's job to serve papers like that, or you could contact somebody from the sheriff's department. Sheriff's department serves papers, serves legal documents and court procedure paperwork and such like that. I think they charge like $35 to do that, $25 or $35 to serve documentation, where a sheriff's officer will knock on their door and serve them the paper. And then they'll make a notation that they served it. And now you could take that as your evidence to court that, you know, proper notice had been served. All right, so here we're not going to go down this whole laundry list of reasons, because we don't need to know them. We just need to know that proper notice, whatever the notice is for the various reasons, has to be served before you could file for eviction, unless it's for non-payment of rent. And then how much notice is needed?
None.
None. All right, turn the page. So that's if you are a landlord, or if you're going to be in property management, this is a good guide for you. Actually, in the book above causes for eviction there, I wrote just for my own self, you guys can write whatever title you want. If you want a title there telling you what this causes for eviction is. I put a highlighted box around the whole section. Actually, my highlight's a little bit light, so I got a new pen. I put a highlighted box around it, and I called it, give it a name. I gave it a name that's very explanatory. I call it Landlord's Guide for Giving Tenant Notice to Quit Before They Can File for Eviction. Give it some kind of a name so that you understand what it is, if you need it at all. I don't know if you do, but if you're a landlord right now, or if you're planning on being one, this guide it will be helpful. Turn the page. All right, now we're going to go over types of leases. Early in this chapter, we went over types of leasehold estates. What is an estate? It describes the amount and kind of interest that one has in real property. It's talking more about how the terms of the lease work. This one is talking about the types of the leases. Types of leases deal with payment and what's included in the payment, not the time. Okay, so estates and land talk about the time and interest. Types of leases talk about the payment. Okay, so let's go over. So next at the top of the page where it says types of leases, next to that title up there, write payment and what's included. Payment and what's included. And they give you 3 types of leases here. The lessee pays, for the first one, gross lease, the lessee pays a basic straight rent, a flat rent. And the lessor, the landlord, is responsible for all the charges on the property, taxes, repairs, insurance, etc. In a net lease, these are common in commercial and industrial properties. The tenant pays a base rent and most, if not all, of the property's expenses. The landlord, the lessor, may pay some property charges, like mortgage, the financing. All right. In a percentage lease, this is common in shopping centers and retail, where the tenant pays a small base rent and a percentage of their gross sales. Often it's a percentage of the gross sales over a certain dollar amount. And there's usually an amount that minimum amount that the landlord wants to get as well. So the lessor, the landlord may pay some or all of the property charges in that. Okay, so let's go over them. So the gross lease now, let's go down the lists. The gross lease, we're going to highlight gross lease. The tenant's obligation is to pay a fixed rent, and the landlord pays all the insurance, mortgage payments, and repairs. And then go to the bottom of that section and highlight at the end of it, highlight most often used in residential rentals. Then under net lease, I want you to write next to the title, even though it says it somewhere in here, I want you to write next to the title under net lease, common in commercial / industrial. So it's common for commercial and industrial properties. And then highlight the first sentence, that the net lease provides that in addition to the rent, the tenant pays some or all of the property charges, except for the mortgage services. The landlord pays for their own financing and their mortgage. Doesn't cover debt services.
Wait, this is the percentage lease?
Net lease.
Oh, we're still in the net lease. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the first one was the gross that we went over, and then the net lease next to the title, you wrote
Yeah.
common for commercial industrial properties, and you highlighted the first sentence.
Yeah.
And then on the last line, and then I just was giving you an explanation.
Oh, the triple net.
Yeah, I'm giving you an explanation. And then what you're going to do is you're going to highlight the last line in that section too. Triple net, in a triple net lease, the tenant pays the taxes, insurance, and all other expenses on the property except for debt services,
Mhm.
mortgage.
Right. Got it.
Now, underneath that net lease, I want you to write this explanation. You see down here on the slideshow, I have CAM written. CAM stands for Common Area Maintenance Charge. So just write that there, CAM, Common Area Maintenance Charge. This is common. This is the additional expenses that the tenant pays. So the tenant would pay their rent plus a percentage of all the common area charges for the maintenance. Look, right now where I have my, where I have the school, where I have my physical location, I have a net lease. It's not a triple net. It's almost. I refer to it as a net. Okay. So here, a net lease is one where a tenant would pay some or all of the property expenses. In reality, this is the way that it works, but different people can use different terminology. Basically, you have a net lease where the tenant pays their base rent and some other property expenses. If the tenant pays their base rent and most of the property expenses, it's a net lease. If a tenant pays their base rent and all other property expenses, except for the mortgage, it's a triple net. But in reality, you can go from one agent to the next and they call it different things. They all refer to it as a net or a triple net. Okay. But that's the basic rundown. A net lease, the tenant pays their rent plus some other expenses. Net, they're paying their rent plus most other expenses. Triple net, they pay their rent and all other expenses, including the taxes on the property. Look, the area that I'm renting in a building for the school. I'm renting I'm in a big building. I'm in warehouses and such. And I'm renting 5% of the total area of the building. Okay. So I'm responsible for my rent, and I pay 5% of all other CAM charges. So the landscaper's fees to cut the grass or shovel snow, I pay 5% of those fees. I pay 5% of all other common charges. The taxes on the property, I pay 5% of the property taxes. I pay 5% of the fee to maintain the high pressure water lines for the sprinkler systems. I pay 5% of the owner's alarm system for the building. You know, I pay 5% of all those other common charges. They recently paved the parking lot. I'm responsible for paying 5% of the fees to pave that parking lot, because I'm renting 5%. So I share in that charge with the other tenants that are renting there. That's the basic way that these net leases work. Now, mine is almost a triple net, not quite, but it's pretty damn close. So I would refer to mine as a net lease. Okay. So CAM charges, they work like this. So basically it works like this. Here, let's break it down a little bit. Let's pull up a board, the whiteboard here. And you guys see in the whiteboard?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say that we got a building that we got a tenant that wants to rent, and the rent is going to be $20 per square foot. This is the way rentals work. They don't tell you, oh, the rent is $2,000 a month. Okay, not always anyway. Sometimes they'll tell you the rent's $2,000 a foot plus a CAM plus CAM. Well, you got to find out what those CAM charges are. But whatever they quote you on CAM charges, they could vary from month to month, or they could go up. Or the tenant's going to eventually pay whatever the actual costs are of the common area maintenance. All right. But when they quote them to you, that's not necessarily the exact fee they pay, because it can be variable depending on various things. How much snow we getting? How many times they cutting the grass? Is the grass growing more? You know, are they, did the taxes go up on the property? Then the tenant's going to pay those taxes, then they got to pay more, you know? So, but they could give you a quote to give you a ballpark. So that one is kind of like floating. All right. So let's just say that they tell us that the rent on this property is $20 per square foot, plus, let's just say they say there's a $5 per square foot in CAM charges. So basically you're going to be paying about approximately $25 a square foot. So let's just say that we're renting a unit that's 2,000 square feet. So what's the rent on this? Well, the way CAM charges work, it's like this. Let me pull out my calculator here. So it's 2,000 square feet. We got $20 in basic rent. Let's figure out what the base rent is first. So it's 2,000 square feet times $20 a square foot. 2,000 times 20, that's $40,000. Now, I'm not paying $40,000 a month rent a month. That's $40,000 a year in rent. You would then have to divide that by 12. And the monthly rent is $3,333.33, 33333. So that's the way it came out on the calculator. All right. So now the CAM charges would be, well, it's 2,000 square feet times $5 a square foot. That's $10,000.
Victor, why wouldn't you just add the $5 to make it $25?
Well, we want to find out what the actual rent is itself, because remember, CAM charges can vary.
Okay,
And when you get it broken down on your rent bill, the statement that the landlord gives you, they'll tell you what the rent is. They'll tell you how much the landscaping, how much the electric, how much, if those things were included separately, with the insurance, they'll break everything down separately.
okay.
So you should at least know what those separate charges are so that you could match them up, So now this is $10,000, but that's a year. You divide that by 12. So divided by 12, and that's $833.33. That's a month. This year CAM charges. So we could estimate that our monthly rent is going to be 3,333 plus 833. So 833 plus 3,333. So our rent is going to be approximately pretty close to $41.66 a month for 2,000 square foot of space. That's how you work it out, because they're never going to, they usually don't tell you the price. They usually say it's $20 per square foot. You got to do this math in your head to figure out how much the monthly rent is. Well, if it's 2,000 square feet, how does that work? $20 times 2,000 divided by 20 or divided by 12 months. And that tells you what your monthly rent is. Plus you got to don't forget to factor in CAM charges, because look, the rent just shot up from $3,000 a month to $41.66 from just the CAM charges. That's a huge difference. Right?
Yeah.
Now here's a little thing. Let me show you how commercial leases work. In commercial real estate, how much do real estate companies usually charge to rent out a residential apartment?
Even some do a half a month, usually a half a month.
Well, the total commission would probably be 1 month's rent, right?
Yeah, and then you get a half. Yeah.
And then they
sorry.
divide it in half to whoever brings in the renter.
Mhm,
If you bring in the renter, then you get the full month's rent, right? You have the
mhm.
listing and the renter side. Okay. Commercial real estate usually does not take that approach.
Right.
Commercial real estate usually says, we're going to be charging 10% of the term. What does that mean? Well, what if it's a 5-year lease? A lot of times commercial landlords want long-term rentals. They don't want 1-year rentals. They want like 5, 10, 20-year rentals. So if your rent is, you're not going to go based on CAM. Here's another reason why you want to break it. You don't want to go $25 times 2,000 square foot. You need to find out what the actual rent is. And if the actual rent is $40,000 a year, that's $40,000 a year times 5 years. If the term is 5 years, $40,000 a year. Well, I wrote 400,000. 40,000 a year times 5 years. That's over 5 years. You would have paid $200,000 in rent. Holy shit. That's a lot. But if you're getting paid 10% of the term, your commission is 10% of that. That's $20,000 in commission. Not bad, eh? And often on these commercial listings, what we'll do is you get 10% of the term plus first renewal. What does that mean? Plus first renewal. That means this this is for 5 years. This is for a 5-year term. Now, if at the end of that 5 years, they renew it for another 5 years, guess what? You're going to earn another 20 grand. Not bad, eh? Or is it? I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah.
For doing one deal. But check this out. Even though $20,000 is the commission for that term, that first term, you ain't getting that all up front.
How do you get it then?
Divide it by 5 years. $20,000 divided by 5. Each year, you're going to get a check for $4,000, or your brokerage is going to get a check for $4,000 for that commission for that transaction. So every year, you're going to get a $4,000 check for that transaction. Because what if the tenant broke the lease early or moved out or whatever? So the landlord's not paying you $20,000 up front. They'll pay you $4,000 now, $4,000 next year if they're still there, $4,000 the following year if they're still there, $4,000 the following. That's the way it usually works. But that's cool because that's a transaction you did years ago and that money just keeps coming in. Let me ask you a question. If in residential real estate, your monthly rent, your commission that you charge, because it's common, but listen, all commissions are negotiable. So who says you can't charge residential property owners the same way? Why do you got to charge them 1 times the monthly rent? What's the let's look at it for residential. Let's say that we have a residential property that's renting for $2,000 a month. The total commission is $2,000 then. And then half of that, $1,000 goes to the listing side, $1,000 to the renter side. Okay. What if we did this? What if we charged like they did? 10% of the term. You know what that works out to?
What?
Slightly more. $2,000 times 10%. Yep. Sorry, of the term. So it's 2,000. Sorry, I'm doing that wrong. I mean, something was wrong there. That number was way too small. $2,000 times 12 months kind of works the opposite way. 2,000 times 12 months, that's $24,000 times 10%. That's $2,400. So you're actually earning $400 more doing it this way, 10% of the term. And you could also add plus first renewal. You could try to negotiate it like that. Some landlords will go for it, some won't. Who says it has to be 1 month's rent? Listen, all commissions are negotiable, aren't they? I'm just getting you guys thinking out of the box, different ways you can charge rent, different ways to improve your bottom line. Know what I'm saying? Okay, you guys don't like that one? Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Whatever. Just trying to show you guys how to make a little more money. Squeeze a little more money out of your transactions.
Yeah, it's good.
Why do what every other agent is doing? Why not try to mix it up a little bit? Instead of charging 1 month's rent, I'll charge you 10% of the term. What if that tenant signed a 2-year lease with the landlord?
That's great.
What if they renew it? Then you get paid again. Boom. Right? All right, let's move on. So in a percentage lease, are you guys seeing the slideshow again?
Yes.
Okay. In a percentage lease, this is common in large shopping centers like Woodbridge Mall, Menlo Park, Paramus, those types of malls, right? You're going to a percentage lease. Have you guys ever been to like one of these larger malls and they got a little boutique store in there? They're doing killer business. Then all of a sudden they're gone.
Yes,
You ever wonder why?
because they couldn't pay rent.
Yeah, but they were doing so good. They were always mobbed. You were always waiting in line forever there. They were always busy. How could they not pay rent?
Because the rent got raised.
The landlord had them on a small fixed rent that they were paying,
Mhm.
plus a percent. They had to pay the landlord a percent of the gross income or a percent of the gross income over a certain dollar amount. But they may have also added in that there's a certain minimum that they need to make. So let's just say they're real busy selling the widgets that they sell, but those widgets aren't grossing enough money to satisfy the landlord's appetite. And as they stated in their lease, you need to pay a certain percentage over after you make a certain amount of gross income, but you need to make a certain minimum of gross income. And they're not meeting that requirement. So the landlord says, you know what, we're going to get you out. We're going to get a business in that makes more money. That's why that happens. Okay. So now you know why. They could have been really busy. They could have been making decent money, just not enough for the landlord. All right. So, you know what's the great part about commercial real estate
What?
versus the residential real estate? It's net income to you. Look at a triple net lease. The tenant pays rent and all the property expenses except for the mortgage. The landlord has no expenses. It's all net income for them. Where's the risk involved? It's all net income.
Yeah, they don't have any.
Needs repairs? So what? Tenant's responsible for fixing the stuff. Where's the stress on a commercial landlord? Right? So, and there's an added bonus to it. You know what the added bonus is?
What?
Everybody
Okay.
calls you Lord.
Oh,
Cheesy joke, I know. My real estate humor. All right. All right. So a percentage lease, they pay a percentage of their gross total income. All right. That's before their expenses. Now the landlord could add an additional thing that the tenant has to make a certain minimum in net sales there as well. And this could vary as to the nature of the business and what the rental agreement is. All right, so that's a percentage lease. We're going to highlight what? We're going to highlight nothing. We're just going to write, oh yes, and under percentage lease, we highlight the first paragraph there. A percentage lease provides that the rental be based on a percentage of the gross income received by the tenant doing business on the leased property. This type of lease is most commonly used in shopping malls. The next paragraph is just a sample, how they explain it. Now, under other leases, they're more like under variable leases. Variable leases are just explaining, it's not a type of lease, a variable lease. Variable lease is more explaining the provisions that are added to long-term leases for escalations in rent or CAM charges. So if you have a long-term lease, for example, go to a slideshow or to the whiteboard again. Let's just say that a commercial tenant fills out, for the first year, year one, they're paying $20 per square foot. Year two, it's going to go up to $21 per square foot. Year three, let's just say it's going to stay at $21 per square foot for that year. But year four, it's going to jump up to $22 per square foot. And year five, $23 per square foot. Or you negotiate with the landlord, you say, hey, listen, for the first 2 years, how about we keep it at the same to give me some chance to get up, and then we could start the escalations. All right, so this is a variable lease where you have predefined what your rent escalations are going to be from the beginning of the onset of the lease. You could also have the rent tied to some sort of a COSI index. A COSI index. COSI is a cost of living index that's published in maybe the New York Times or some kind of business paper. It's a cost of living index. That's what a COSI index is. So if the cost of living goes up, the rent goes up by the same percentage. So next to variable leases, just write provisions added to long-term leases. It's basically predefined escalations. Or this one's not predefined, but it's tied to a cost of living. We're not going to have anything to highlight in there because you just have to read the whole explanation there. That whole paragraph would explain that.
Wait, where do I put provisions? What section? Sorry.
Variable leases, where it says
Okay.
variable leases, you're
Yeah.
going to write next to it provisions added to long-term leases.
Okay,
You could add in there for rent escalation.
got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can do the same thing for residential. However, residential leases, you're usually not making them more than a year. They're usually a year and then they're renewable. Now, we also have mineral leases and oil leases. Often these types of leases are kind of similar to percentage leases because the landlord rents the land out to a tenant who pays a fixed rent to try to dig or drill on the property to try to find minerals. And they share in the profits of the sale of those minerals with the landlord. Because so that kind of sort of like a percentage lease, isn't it? Yeah. Knock, knock. Nobody there?
Yeah. My mic was muted again.
Why is everybody quiet?
I'm
You guys
here.
napping at? Yeah, you guys have a big lunch. Your belly's full.
No. No, we're here.
Okay. Check in. Because if you're not, I mean, I could go take a nap. I could always come back. I could do what they do in Europe. After
No,
lunch,
sir.
after lunch, you take a 5-hour or 8-hour nap, and then you come back to work. All right. Ground leases. What's a ground lease? A ground lease is where a tenant rents the land and they erect a building on it. They're usually long-term leases, and it's not uncommon to have 50 to 1,000-year ground leases. Ground leases are considered to be triple net leases. Look, if you're going to have a tenant that's constructing a building on your property, is that going to raise the taxes?
I don't know, is it?
I don't know. Is it going to raise the value of the property, you think?
Yes,
Then I would think it would raise the taxes, wouldn't you?
yes.
Okay, so ground leases, I'm just making some modifications and adding a separate slide here for the ground lease. I'm sorry. Making a couple mods. So yes, a ground lease would increase the value of the property. And if a ground lease is increasing the value of the property, I'm sorry, I'll share this with you as I'm making mods. So if a ground lease is making, a ground lease, a tenant's erecting a building on it, it's going to be a triple net because if you're going to construct a building, then you should be responsible for also the repairs and the maintenance of that building and any additional expenses like the taxes that are going to go up because now there's an improvement on the land. Now, here are some famous ground leases. Here are some famous ground leases. The Empire State Building in New York and the Chrysler buildings. You know, Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, these are the types of structures. These are high-rise buildings. These are ones that I would think would be one of those 1,000-year leases by a corporation. And Empire State Building, isn't that something? The Empire State Building?
Yes.
It's a symbol to the world, right? The Empire
Yep.
State Building. Let's see. Ground lease, ground lease, ground lease. So that Empire State Building is something. It
So Victor, what happens if something happens to the building? What happens to the lease?
Well, they're renting the land for however long. That's their problem. That's why they should have it insured. Insured.
Wow. So how do you think they divided up the Twin Towers? Was that two separate pieces of land?
Well,
or
I
do
don't
you
know if
think
the Twin Towers was a ground lease or not. We know that the Empire State Building and Chrysler buildings were ground leases. Were the Twin Towers ground leases, or did the people who erected them own the land that it was sitting on?
I don't know.
Well, we could find out easy enough. Let me just do a Google search. Right? Use Google for everything, right?
Right.
Let's Google it. Google is a verb now.
Right?
Let's see. Were the Twin Towers, were the Twin Towers a ground lease? Just 7 weeks prior to Wilson Putnam's long term when he acquired control of the World Trade Center, signing a 99-year ground lease from the New York Port Authority. Yes, it was. The World Trade Centers, the Twin Towers, were a ground lease, a 99-year ground lease. So let's add that to our slide there. How about that? We could add that little tidbit to the slide. So we have the Empire State, Chrysler buildings, and trade centers. WTC, World Trade Center. And NYC are all ground leases. So the Port Authority of New York owned the land that the World Trade Centers are sitting on. And that, so they still own the land there. Okay. Did they build it? Did somebody else construct it? Well, it became a nation symbol. So actually they got a lot of stimulus money from the federal government to rebuild those symbols that became a famous landmark of America, United States of America, right? Just like the World Trade Center or the Empire State Building that we're seeing here in this slide was a symbol of the epicenter of our business centers. You know when they built this?
When?
In the 20s. They built the Empire State Building in the 1920s. That was during the Great Depression. Why are you going to build such a huge building? Well, first of all, it gave plenty of jobs back then to people in construction, right? And that gave a lot of jobs to people during the construction for the years of construction that it took to construct this largest building in the world at the time. So it gave a lot of jobs to people. This is a ground lease as well. Here's a little interesting factoid about the about this Empire State Building that was constructed to be the epicenter of the financial industry. If you were in the, if you wanted to be anywhere near the who's who in finance, you needed to be in the Empire State Building back then. Now, that's the way they were trying to push it and market it. And to make it seem like it was the busy epicenter, it was the hustling, bustling financial of the center of the financial world. You know, they gave jobs to people after the Empire State Building was built, and they gave them a job, and their job was to walk around the building on the different floors to turn on and off the lights at different times. Wow. Just to make it seem like anytime, day or night, that building was hustling and bustling.
That's funny.
Which it was amazing to find out that that these buildings were not fully occupied for years later. This was built in the 1920s. I think that it wasn't fully rented until like 70. Took a long time for it to get rented out.
Make it.
Or was that the World Trade Center that did that? That could have been the World Trade Centers where they hired somebody to turn the lights on and off. And that one wasn't completed. No. It was the Empire State Building, because the World Trade Centers were built in the 70s, I think. Sorry, what was the question?
Fake it till you make it.
That's pretty much it. Fake it, till make it seem like it's a place. You know, it's like club promoters. You know, you got to make it seem like it's the place to be.
Right.
Right. It's the same thing. It's just business, right?
Puffing.
It's all it is. They weren't lying to nobody. They weren't telling them anything. They're just turning the lights on and off. This is where you got to be for the financial world. That's an opinion, isn't it? Everybody's got one. You know what it's good for, right? Just some interesting factoids there. All right. Now, here's some what are the primary functions of a property manager?
Maintain, increase.
All right. I like my definition here. The primary function of a property manager is to maintain or increase the value of a property while generating income as an agent for the owner. A lot of times, if I just ask people what the primary functions of a property manager are, they're like, well, to make sure it's fully rented, to, you know, shovel the snow, make sure the garbage is out, you know, to keep up with the property. It's like, yeah, but those are the minor details. If you look at the grand scheme of things, if you look at it from the thousand mile view, you know, the overall scheme of things, you got to take that zoomed out view. in the grand scheme of things, don't focus on the little minutia of the daily chores. Your grand scheme of things, your job is to generate income for the owner while acting as their agent. Now, all those little things are part of your duties possibly as well, right? However, in the grand scheme of things, what does the owner of the building care about? Making money and you representing them. So that's what your job is, to maintain the property or increase its value while generating as an agent for the owner, right? To maintain or increase the value of a property while generating income as an agent for the owner. And that could include such duties as securing suitable tenants, collecting rents. You know, it depends what your property management agreement said, right? Depends what authority they gave you in the property management agreement. To care for the premises, budget and control expenses. Should we hire and supervise employees for that won't work for the property management company? They'll be employees of the property owner. But we as the management company, as a representative of the owner, can hire employees and independent contractors on their behalf. If they gave us that authority in the property management agreement. Keeping proper accounts, making periodic reports back to the owner on how the progress and the maintenance of the property is going, right? Some of those functions could be to let's analyze the insurance on the property. Is the owner properly insured? Well, you know what? I'm not an insurance agent. So if I was functioning as a property manager, what would I do? I would get an insurance specialist to come in and analyze the types of insurance that that property owner has to see if they have the right kinds of insurance and to make sure that they have the right amounts, not too much of this, not enough of this. You know, I want to make sure they have the right types of coverage of the insurance that's needed for this type of property as well. So let's go down to the functions of the property manager and highlight a property manager is someone who preserves the value of an investment property while generating income as an agent for the owners. Turn the page. The management agreement. Most real estate agents function as special agents, while general agents are property managers who can legally bind their clients to a contract. So what's the difference between a special agent and a general agent? A general agent can legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of their authority as it's defined in their property management agreement, whereas special agents cannot. Special agents can work in one capacity only. They're not allowed to legally bind their clients to a contract. Just like special agents, general agents who are functioning as property managers owe certain fiduciary responsibilities to their clients. And what are they?
Care,
Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. Cold. Those are your fiduciary duties: care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. So under the management agreement in the book, 3 lines down, we're going to highlight a property manager is usually considered to be a general agent, whereas most real estate brokers function as special agents. You're very special. Don't ever forget that. Now, the rest of this chapter talks about property management, but it does it in such a superficial manner that you really don't get much redeeming information out of it. You could scan over it if you like in your own spare time, but there's nothing really worth going over in here other than setting rental rates, I believe it is. Yes. Under setting rental rates, there's a section in here that's kind of interesting. They made a comment that with an apartment house or office building, anytime the occupancy level exceeds 99%, serious consideration should be given to raising rents. Yeah, how do you know when you're charging enough rent? If you're a property manager, you're the one that's setting those rental rates. Your job is to try to get the most money you possibly can for a landlord. Where are you coming up with the rental rates from?
Market, and then also occupancy rate,
But what is the market?
like what other buildings that are similar, what, how much they're charging.
Okay, but if you
Then-
could get more,
Huh?
but what if you could get more?
Then do it. And then once you're.
And how do you know if you could get more?
Because you're filling up all the units.
There you go. So if you're seeing that all these units are getting filled up too easily,
Then the
you may
rents-
not be charging enough rent. So charge more. That's your job as a property manager, to get the most money you can for a property, for the property owner. That's
Yeah.
exactly it. So is there a science to this? Not really.
Swing it,
What's your job?
figure it out.
Salesperson? Try to get as much as you can, right? It's all negotiable.
Yeah.
That's the job. All right. Let's go to the management field. So here's some of the possible duties, as we scan over it. Here's some of the duties of that could be some of the duties of the property manager. Budgeting expenses for operating and capital expenditures, possibly for improvements. Look, you could tell sometimes a bad property manager versus a good one. I worked for quite some time. I had my office there in Edison. You guys know on Route 27 where Edison and Highland Park meet, there's a shopping center there where the Anchor store, I think they call it the H Mart.
I don't really know that area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that shopping center, just a couple years back, it was run down. It looked like crap. It was mostly vacant. They had, I think, a Chinese buffet in there, a massage parlor, and I think it was an Indian bank. And I think that was it. And the property management company, I mean, it had potholes in the parking lot. It had like 1940s looking signage. The buildings, the glass in the buildings was like so scratched up from age and stuff. It looked so old. The roof was leaky. They couldn't rent the place out. You knew the moment that they got a new property manager. You could see it. They ripped off the roofs. They replaced the roofs first thing on the building. Then they replaced all the glass. Then they were repaving the lots, the parking lot, and they re-landscaped it. They put in bushes and new shrubs. They redid the facade on the building to look like the modern stone facade, the stone laid facade that looks like little boulders, They put up brand new signage out front that was more modern looking. And then all of a sudden they were able to fully rent it and rent it at much higher market rates. Okay, because they took an active role in trying to suggest to the owner, hey, if you make improvements, we put this in there, we can make these improvements. If you give us the okay, we'll do it. We'll make all those improvements and you could net much higher rents out of this place. And not only did they only fully rent out the place now and at much higher rental figures, they were able to rent out a couple of pad sites. A pad site is, it's like the ground lease. So basically, they did rentals of a couple of pad sites where a tenant came in and they constructed a new building on their property. So now I think they have 3 new buildings in that, it's not just a strip mall anymore. They have additional buildings there, like banks and other buildings there, a farmer's market or something like that. They got like 3 new buildings there, all on that same property. And they didn't spend any money on it. They had a tenant do it.
That's great.
That's a good property manager. They saw the property was good enough. We don't need such a big parking lot. Let's make some a pad site and look for a ground lease, a long-term tenant. And if that tenant moves out early, big deal. They're left with a building that they could now rent out. And how much did it cost them?
Nothing.
A big fat 0.
Awesome.
That's awesome. And they still call you Lord.
Yeah.
All right. So renting the property, setting those rental rates, tenant selection, collecting rents, these could all be functions of the property manager. Maintaining and improving the property. We just went over that. Evaluating insurance coverages. All right. So if you guys want to get or are interested in getting involved in the management field, there's a lot of different classes you could take for property management. Here's some designation classes. Here's one called the CPM, the Certified Property Manager. It was created by IREM, the Institute of Real Estate Management, not by the Realtors Association, but by IREM, the Institute of Real Estate Management, in cooperation with BOMA. That's the Building Owner and Managers Association. There's also classes out there available, and you can get information about running condo complexes and such like that. There's something called the CAI, the Community Associations Institute, that they specialize in community management. All right. Here's some resources that I posted from HUD for information for landlords, and some designation classes from NAR that you could take. Here's a list of designation courses for all kinds of classes you could take from NAR by going to their national, the realtor.org website. Well, here's the direct link to it to get involved in not just property management, but all kinds of resources that they have.
Thanks.
And that concludes chapter 12. Let's do the key terms to review for chapter 12. Okay. Now there's 2 of them. So, agreement transferring use of real estate for a period of time.
Lease.
It's a lease. 11 is A. Designation by the Institute of Real Estate Management.
What is it?
Designation by the Institute of Real Estate Management.
Certified property manager.
Yep. 3 is B, Certified Property Manager, the CPM. Landlord's responsibility for decent conditions.
Habitability.
Yeah, implied warranty of habitability, 10 is C. A lease for a definite period of time.
State for years.
Estate for years.
6 is D, estate for years. A lease under which a landlord pays taxes, insurance, and other expenses. The landlord pays those.
Gross.
Gross lease, 7 is E. And what kind of properties is that common in?
Like
Residential.
Residential. A transfer of property by lease.
demise.
Demise, 5 is F. A tenant is forced to move because the apartment becomes uninhabitable.
Constructive eviction.
Constructive eviction, 4 is G. A rental of land which a tenant erects their own building.
Ground lease.
8 is H. Do not confuse it with a land lease, though. You see now, if you got these 2 options next to each other on exam, ground lease, land lease, or I'm sorry, land contract or ground lease. Okay, ground lease is where you're renting the ground and you're going to construct the building on it. Land contract is what? You guys recall? It's a type of seller financing. Often
Right.
a rent to own type deal, right? Okay, so a situation when a tenant remains after the lease period has expired.
Holdover tenancy?
9 is I, holdover tenancy. Suit for possession, legal removal of the tenant.
Actual eviction?
1 is J. Another word for tenant,
Leasee.
Let's see.
the lessee. 12 is K. Transfer of a primary responsibility of a lease to another party.
Assignment.
Assignment. 2 is L. When you assign your duties to someone else, do you ever give up your responsibilities?
You push them off on somebody else.
But you always retain primary responsibility, because if they do not pay the rent, you're
Yes,
still
I'm-
responsible for it. So
Yeah.
you never, what's a way that you could formally convert it so that you have no further liability? What do we call that?
Like sale? Is that what you mean?
Yep. Where you transfer your, where you replace a person named in a contract with another, or you replace one contract, like a lease contract with another lease contract, and you now have no further legal responsibilities. You're no longer tied, even though you push those duties onto someone else. You assign those duties to someone else, but in such a way that you no longer are responsible. There's a word for that, and it's on exam.
What's the first letter?
N.
And we learned it?
Yes,
What was it again? What
second
did
letter.
you say?
we learned it in chapter 11.
What's the second letter?
What was the question?
What do we call transferring your rights or obligations in a contract to somebody else and having no further liability?
What's the second letter?
Oh,
Novation?
novation.
Woo!
There you go.
Ovation.
Woo!
On tip of my tongue.
All right.
There you go.
All right. Let's do key terms 2. Agreement giving tenancy to another, original tenant still responsible.
Sublease.
7 is A. Another term for dispossess proceeding.
Summary?
9 is B. Landlord's court action to evict a tenant.
Suit for possession.
Suit for
8
possession.
is C. Suit for possession. Lease in which a landlord shares in the gross receipts of a tenant's business.
Net lease? Oh, percentage lease.
4 is D, percentage. Lease in which the tenant pays expenses like the property taxes, insurance, and so forth.
That's net.
3 is E. Lease with regular rent payments and no stated ending date in it.
Tenancy at will. Wait,
Periodic estate?
periodic.
5 is F, periodic estate. Landlord, another word for landlord.
Lessor.
Lessor, 1 is G. Person who looks after another's rental real estate.
Property
Prop-
manager.
Property
6 is
manager.
H, property manager. Property manager's employment agreement.
Management agreement.
2 is I. State requirement that tenant be notified of their rights.
Truth in renting.
12 is J, truth in renting. Tenancy that may be terminated when the landlord wishes.
Tenancy at will.
11 is K. Tenants remaining after the lease term without the landlord's consent.
Tenancy at sufferance.
10 is L. And that's with the landlords, without the landlord's consent, and they're not paying rent.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Then they could be responsible for double, right? Double the rent.
Then they could be responsible for double the rent, correct? You know, before we totally get off of the rental issue, you know, we did kind of glance upon the tenant, you know, the tenant's rights and the landlord's rights and risks and obligations in that truth in renting booklet, what the landlord can and cannot do. Well, one of the things that we got to remember is that the landlord cannot legally enter a tenant's apartment. Can they?
Not without their permission.
Why would that be?
No, they can go in.
They can go in?
They're supposed to give whatever their lease reads. And then if there's an emergency, like a leak or a fire or something like that, they absolutely have a key and they can go in.
Well, I didn't say anything about the key. The landlord has to have a key to the apartment, without a doubt.
So when we sign a lease to them, we sign
But
over.
But what would entitle that landlord to move in? Or I'm sorry, to be able to open the door and go in?
An emergency.
Only an emergency.
Right.
Other than that, we can't. They would
You
I
have
have
to.
a funny,
You can't come, you know, what do you expect? You're gonna come out of the shower and the landlord's in your apartment?
That's part of.
Victor, I have a funny story about that.
Well, there's many stories about that. Look, here's one. Maintenance
Right.
worker allegedly caught going through the woman's underwear drawer. That ain't good.
No, I was actually home with a toothache. Now, you know, when you have a toothache, everything that makes noise bothers you. I had the worst headache. I had a toothache. I had an appointment for the dentist later on in the day. So I'm laying quietly in my bed. Next thing you know, I hear 2 knocks on my door. So I'm like, oh boy, how does she know I'm home? Next thing you know, she walks in and I get up and I'm like, who's coming in my house? So she's walking in and with a bathrobe, a towel, and a shower caddy. And I'm like, I look at her and I'm like, what are you doing?
She's using your shower?
Yes, she said, I didn't know you were home. And I'm like, yeah, but I live here. So she said, oh, I thought it was okay that I would use your shower because our shower is being renovated and I didn't want to go because they had a shed in the back that they made into like an apartment type of
They
thing.
need to ask your permission to do such a thing.
She did not, and I moved.
That
a
is
month after.
trespassing.
Yes, I was so, I'm like,
Not only is that trespassing, that's breaking and entering without your
couldn't believe it.
permission. You
Yep.
could call the police and file a complaint against them. That's a criminal act that they
my
just
daughter was like 5, and I'm like, my daughter takes baths in there. Like, and how do I know you're cleaning my shower or my bathtub? Like, I clean it. I was so mad. I called my mom crying, like, I can't believe this. Yeah, I was.
So she was gonna use your stuff.
She must have been using it because they were getting their bathroom renovated for about a month.
Well, that's why it's not a bad idea to have like
Top
nanny
story tonight, a
cams.
Hoboken couple says their
Right.
privacy was violated. Their bedroom security camera caught a maintenance worker going through their things.
But it's what they touched that has them uneasy. News 12 New Jersey's Erica Stutch joining us in the newsroom with more on this story. Erica.
The couple tells us they purchased this security camera to just watch out when anyone was in their apartment, but never expected to capture an employee of their building going through their underwear. Take a look.
It said there was a notification for motion, so I checked it.
The Rivington resident Alex Sacchetti says he was at work just a few weeks ago when his security camera in his bedroom captured moments a maintenance worker did something out of the ordinary.
And I started watching, and the man was, going towards the dresser. I was like, wow, that's strange. And then he opened it. He was going through my fiance's underwear. And, after I watched the entire event, there was potentially other lewd acts that took place, but mainly just like going through my entire apartment.
The worker is seen checking the bedroom door, closing it, and turning off the lights before going into the corner of the room, blocked by pillows on the camera. Sacchetti says he quickly called management and alerted them. That's when this moment shows the man looking at the camera when he answers his radio call to leave the unit.
It was like pretty much your whole privacy is violated.
Sacchetti says his fiance has been so upset by the situation, she's staying elsewhere for now. They filed a report with Hoboken police, but were told this.
He had the right to be in here, and apparently anything that took place is not a crime.
The two have been back and forth with Equity Apartments, who owns the complex, but says their responses have been lacking empathy.
There's been some outreach from some sort of manager or something. I'm not exactly sure. But as far as oversight or, hey, so sorry this happened to you, like none of that.
And while this situation still leaves him uneasy, Sacchetti says it's a warning for others.
People here or elsewhere that have buildings should just have some sort of surveillance to fall back on.
And the couple tells us they're hoping to switch apartments in the near future.
You know, what if you're sleeping there? I mean, that guy, what kind of a lewd act was he trying to get involved in over there in a moment there with her underwear in his hand? You know, what was he, what if she's sleeping? Is this guy coming into the bedroom and watching her? I mean, you never know what the hell's going on with people sometimes. But that line where the apartment complex says that, oh, they did nothing illegal, or the housing authority said they did nothing illegal, I say bullshit. I say call the police. I say get a lawyer and sue, because they absolutely violated that tenant's rights. No apartment complex is allowed to enter your unit unless they have permission. Don't believe me? I was a property manager. I was a superintendent of an apartment building, and I had issues sometimes where tenants were worried about a certain tenant, and I called the cops, and the cops, I was like, "Is it okay for me to open the door? I got your approval to open the door." I was like, "Is it okay for me? I'm not violating any tenant right or anything. I just want to make sure of that." And the cops started asking me questions kind of in a guiding way that it would be okay. They're like, "Well, are you wanting us to open the door for this reason or for this reason? Because if it's for this reason, it's up to you whether you want to do it or not. But for this reason, yeah, we could go in." And I was like, okay, well, then it's for that reason. And then we go in there, you know, because nobody heard from this tenant for a while and they were worried about him, with an additional complaint that there was noise coming from the guy's apartment. So, you know, can I, as a superintendent, just, even though I got the key, just like a landlord, can I just open the door to the guy's apartment or not?
No.
You know, it depends what the reason is for. If it's just because you're worried about the guy's safety, no. But if it's because you're worried about a dangerous condition or a noise that's in there, that's a different story. So this guy had an issue there. There was a loud noise that kept going on for days and days. And actually his apartment was right next to mine too. So I know, because I wasn't even sleeping in my bedroom. I was sleeping on the couch because I couldn't sleep because I heard this loud ticking noise, you know, and it was loud noise. Cops didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was. And it's constant. Is it something dangerous we got to worry about or something? That's when we were able to get the cops in there and open the door, because is it something dangerous? What's going on? It turns out the guy had a metronome just going. You know, the metronome for keeping time, like for musicians and stuff. The guy used to have a metronome. He wasn't a musician. It helped him sleep, but it was the most annoying freaking thing. But the guy hadn't been there. He's been away on business. But he had that damn thing going the whole time, and nobody's seen him around, and they heard that noise. They're like, is this guy all right? So we were actually concerned about him. But I was like, yeah, check that noise. Yeah. And the cops were like, okay. But this guy going into an apartment without having a reason to, he absolutely violated that tenant's rights. Absolutely, without a question. They had to be entering that apartment for safety reasons. Somebody smelled gas or something like that. Those are the only reasons for entering someone's apartment, you know, because otherwise you got situations like this. The guy could have been a perv just going through the panty drawer, or he could have been looking for something to steal. Sometimes people put money and jewelry and stuff and they hide it in their clothes drawers, you know. You do not have the right to go in to use your tenant's shower because yours is being renovated, you know. I had these, yet these are common occurrences. You have to call the police and file a formal complaint, and maybe even sue. We see this all the time where you got a new owner. They go in there, they don't like the tenant much, or they think they want to boss them around and get them out. They open up the key, they go in when they're home, when they're not home. I had a friend that just got married and they were renting still, and they were thinking about buying, but now they really upped their decision and got motivated to buy because the new owners of this 2-family house, they had their relatives and everybody that had the key to their apartment. They were opening it up. She's like, his wife, my friend's wife, she came out of the shower and there was a guy standing in her living room. She started screaming and he left the apartment. She tried calling the cops. They tried there was so many arguments with them that they were just like, we're out of here. But you should pursue it by filing charges and then following up with that. All right, so that's one issue there. Let me see. I got some other issues with rentals that we want to go over. Not about the squatters, eviction. How about Airbnbs? We know about those, right? But there's also something about renting out your pools. There's a company called Swimply started this app this year. I'm gonna play a little quick video on it, and then we'll move on to the next chapter. I want to make sure I'm getting the right video here. I got a couple from the news.
Why aren't you the landlord? Yes.
Oh, shush. Hate these commercials. Oh, gotta play it.
Stays home, cars, bikes, and what about swimming pools? Well, there is a new online platform just for pool sharing. We sent NBC4's Angie Crouch to find out what Swimply is all about.
This is kind of like Airbnb for your pool. This homeowner on West Olympic in the Mid-Wilshire district rents out this beautiful backdoor space for about $50 an hour for gatherings up to 10 people. It's a concept that's growing in popularity, especially in places like LA, where lots of people live in apartments and don't have pools of their own. Edgar Liquidano is keeping his pool nice and clean because he rents out this backyard space on a new app called Swimply. The app connects homeowners who have private pools with people looking for a place to swim and hang out. The Campos family recently rented Edgar's pool for a family birthday party. They brought their own Hawaiian decorations and paid $480 for a day of fun in the sun, something they couldn't do at their small Koreatown apartment.
We were looking first for a house to rent because we live in an apartment complex and we don't have a backyard.
Edgar Liquidano's family bought this home in the 1990s. Edgar lives here and rents out rooms through Airbnb. So when he heard about Swimply, he thought it sounded like a great way to make a little extra money. Swimply takes a 15% cut.
Since we have been doing Airbnb for 3.5 years, more or less, and we're pretty familiar with the concept, then might as well give it a try.
People looking for a place to take a dip can search through the app, scroll through photos, and select a location. Edgar has decorated the area around his pool with plenty of seating, succulent plants, wind chimes, and tented patios to make it more appealing to renters.
At the house here, we have our own private space at the house. But when the guests do come here, we give them a quick little tour. If not, we'll provide self-check-in instructions through the side.
Edgar says several photographers have also rented his pool for photo shoots, but most of his renters have been groups like the Campos family, people looking for an affordable place for a small gathering.
All right. Now that's an interesting concept there, but do you have any questions about that possibly? Any concerns?
Who cleans after? Like, who cleans the mess? What happened?
It's your pool. I mean, you could put the terms there that they should keep it clean, but it's actually your pool. You're responsible. It's your property. It's your, to maintain it. But more than the worry about cleaning, I would be worried about some liability concerns.
Right.
What if somebody drowns? What if somebody trips and falls? Are they allowed to come into your house and use the bathroom now too? I mean, and if they're not, where are they going? In your yard, or in the pool? Dang it.
Hey.
It's commercial. Hold on. Trying to find, there's another.
Us how it works for families looking to cool off and for homeowners who want to make a little extra cash.
Feels like 100 degrees and it's humid. Sounds like the perfect weather for some water. But for some people, a backyard oasis isn't an option.
I use it less nowadays than I used to.
Michael White put his pool in 15 years ago. He says he's gotten some great use out of it, but now he's hoping to turn his paradise into profit.
It's a resource that I have sitting here that I never really considered taking advantage of fiscally because, like, how do you do that?
It's called Swimply. The underlying idea to swim, well, simply. The brand new website launched just weeks ago and the app came out today.
I've told a couple of friends about it. They're like, what is that? And I'm like, it's like Airbnb for pools. And they're like, oh, get it. Okay.
Swimply allows you to post your backyard pool online for complete strangers to rent by the hour. White says he hasn't had a visitor just yet.
I think it's probably because it's just so new that nobody's heard of it.
But he thinks soon it'll make a splash.
I'll give anything a chance and see how it happens. There's clearly an opportunity for a lot of people to get into it. I think this is the first one. You know, this is the Airbnb.
There's already several in the Houston area, and Swimply says dozens more come online nationwide every day. And when it comes to safety and liability, Swimply says they have almost every pool inspected before it's posted. Renters sign a built-in waiver that won't hold parties liable for accidents, and they hope to soon add the option of insurance. White says his pool and hot tub comes with floats, a barbecue pit, even a workout bench. He knows it's not the nicest available, but his ace in the hole is closeness to downtown hotspots.
They had like a tennis court, a basketball court, a jumpy house, and it was like, and I'm like, yeah, but you're in Katy.
Standing for Houston, Janelle Blutta, KHOU 11 News.
Hey, now there's nothing wrong with Katy.
Absolutely not. There's nothing wrong with living in Katy. I don't know. I might be the renter. I don't know if I'd be the person renting out my backyard.
Yeah,
I'd be in the house the whole time going,
I know, that's exactly it. But you know what I think? A lot of people who want to do Airbnb but don't want to make a full commitment with their home, if you've got a pool, maybe it's a way to kind of dip your toe.
Yeah, the lawsuits and the use of it going in the bathroom and then maybe stealing stuff. See, they mentioned there that they have them sign a waiver. I would like to run that waiver by my own attorney first, you know, and I would also, they don't have insurance on there yet, but they're hoping to. You know what I would say? I would say, you know what? When they add that insurance to it, then I'd probably, you know, kind of like the Uber, you know, they added eventually insurance to that. What if somebody gets hurt and there's a car accident? You know, you got your car insurance, but people can sue you. And, you know, so Uber adds that like that $1 million policy or whatever it is. You know, once they add that to this, then I could see it being a little bit more, you know, less stress involved as far as the risk of lawsuits and people getting hurt or killed or what have you, you know? All right. Anyway, let me just, I just wanted to introduce that to you because if anybody never heard of that before, that's a thing now. All right. Oh, I got that Empire State Building open still. Let me close that. And close that. And close. Okay. Chapter 13 is the first chapter in financing that we're going to get started in now. Yeah. Okay, so we've got about an hour left of class for today. Let's see how far we can get along in chapter 13. And chapter 13. Mortgages. Who is Mort? Mortgages. Mortgages. What is a mortgage?
A headache. No, just kidding.
A headache. A long-term obligation. A death sentence. No. It's okay. Well, there's two parts of a mortgage. there's the mortgage itself, which is a security instrument, and there's a note. Some states use trust deeds instead of notes, but we'll get into that. We're going to go over the different ways of satisfying and transferring a mortgage, including the process of foreclosure in this chapter. There's 3 chapters on financing. There's 2 parts of the mortgage. Like I said, there's the mortgage itself, which is a security instrument. That's the pledge of the property that's given to the by the borrower as security for the loan. And there's the note. Well, the note or bond, some states use bonds. We don't use notes. A note or bond is the financing instrument. It lays out all the terms around the money that you're borrowing. The interest rate, the terms of the repayment, what your monthly payment is. And this note is what makes you liable, the borrower liable for the full amount owed, even after foreclosure, if after foreclosure, the amount they collect is less than what was owed. That's what the note is, what allows the lender to chase after the borrower for any outstanding amounts. Now, if the lender doesn't get all their money back at auction, it's the note that makes them fully liable for that amount borrowed. Now, the mortgage is the pledge. It's the security instrument where you're pledging the property as security for the loan. And it's a promise to pay. That pledge, that promise to pay says, if I fail to make payments, the lender could foreclose to gain ownership of the collateralized property, to sell it at auction, and then use those proceeds to recoup their debt. So who is the mortgagor?
The borrower.
The borrower. The mortgagor is the borrower. Remember that? It rhymes, so it's easy to remember. You don't need to remember that whole story. Just remember who the mortgagor is, the borrower. That's all you need to remember. And then who's the mortgagee? Well, the other guy, the lender, right? So the mortgagor is
the borrower.
The borrower. God, you guys are so blah. All right. So let's highlight the mortgage is a pledge of property that serves as security for the loan. Security or collateral for the loan. And then we're going to highlight the word note, just the word note. And then we're going to highlight is the financing instrument. And then we're going to highlight the mortgage itself is a security instrument. I went in a little more detail explaining it here in my slide. But for exams, the mortgage is a security instrument. The note is the financing instrument, and they're both part of getting a mortgage loan. There's 2 parts of a mortgage, the note and the pledge, or the promise to pay. Turn the page, next paragraph, let's just highlight there, the mortgagor is the borrower. Okay, the mortgage terms. Let's see. The mortgagor, the borrower, is the owner of the property. The mortgagee is the lender. Hypothecation is a term that describes a mortgage. A mortgage is a pledge of property as security for a loan. However, you're not giving up that property, you're living in it. It's not like you take a property to a pawn shop, right? And then you have to give up that property to them. They give you a loan. And then when you pay it back, then they give you your property back. That's how typical pawn shop would work. So hypothecation is unique in that you're pledging your property as security for a loan, but you're not giving up that security. This is a word you'll see on exams as probably a wrong answer option on one of the exam questions, but they do use real words for it. So you just need to know the mortgagor, the mortgagee, that the mortgage and the note. Trust deeds, we do not use them in New Jersey. A trust deed conveys real estate as security for the loan. The trustee is a neutral third party that holds on to the deed, and they could give it back to the lender without having to go through the court systems. See, in New Jersey, foreclosure is a judicial process. It has to go through the court system. In some states, foreclosure is non-judicial, meaning they have a trust deed through three-party system here that a neutral third party holds on to that note. They just don't give it to anyone until the full amount's paid, and they don't give it back to, I'm sorry, they could give it back to the lender in the event that the borrower stops paying. It doesn't have to go through the courts. So they could regain their possession more promptly of that property instead of going through the legal process of foreclosure. So the provisions of the note. Provisions of the note or document in the book. All right. So let's read this. The mortgage document refers to the terms of the note, which clearly establish that the land is security for the debt. It defines the lender as well as the borrower, and it includes an accurate legal description of the property. It should be signed by all the parties who have an interest in the real estate. It also sets forth the obligations of the borrower and the rights of the lender. Okay, what are the obligations of the borrower? Without even reading this, what are the obligations of the borrower? The borrower, we know, when you get a loan, when you get a mortgage, you have to pay back, you got to pay it back monthly. You got to make your monthly mortgage payments, right?
Right.
And if you don't, then you're in default. So if you're in default, see, so provisions of the mortgage documents. Actually, okay, we went over this. Okay, duties of the mortgagor. Okay, so typically, if any of these duties are not carried out, the borrower's in default and the lender could foreclose. Before a lender forecloses, they'll generally give a borrower 30 days to cure any default. Now, we all know this first one. They got to repay the debt according to the terms in the note. You got to make your monthly mortgage payments. Otherwise, the lender can foreclose. How about this one? You got to pay all your real estate taxes. Well, we know that if you don't pay your taxes, there could be a tax lien sale, right? And there's a possibility of losing the property. The lender can lose the property in that sale too, because foreclosure due to non-payment of taxes would wipe out all other liens, including a first mortgage loan. So if you are in default and the lender finds out about it, they could foreclose on you for non-payment of your taxes. If your taxes are not included in your mortgage payment, they don't need to be. The owner of the property is supposed to maintain the property insurance because the insurance insures the collateral of the loan. If the house burns down, if the lender forecloses, what are they going to get? If the house burns down and the borrower stops making the mortgage payments, what happened to the lender's collateral? Up in smoke, right? So the property owner has an obligation to maintain the property insurance, which holds the lender as the payee. The obtain permission before major repairs before they do any major repairs on the property. Wait, what? If you don't get permission from your bank, your lender, they could foreclose on you for doing putting an addition on a house or renovating the house. Why do you suppose that is?
Wait, can you repeat?
Because you're tampering with something that's not yours yet?
Well, the question was, why could the lender, the borrower is supposed to get permission from their bank, their lender, before they do any repairs, any major repairs to the house, like putting an addition on it or remodeling. You want to redo the kitchen, what's the first step that you do? You gut it, right? I mean, other than getting permits and stuff, but you gut the kitchen.
Right.
What happens if you lose your job now? You gutted the kitchen.
Right.
What did you just do to the lender's collateral? Is that house worth less without a kitchen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Most people cannot get a mortgage loan to buy a house that doesn't have a kitchen. Hell, you can't even get an FHA loan if the house is missing a stove in the kitchen. Did you know that? If you're using an FHA loan to buy a house, certain things need to be working in working order. They got to be in moving condition. If you have you have to have a working stove in the kitchen. Otherwise, you won't get an FHA loan to buy a house. Okay. They want to make sure that the house is, that you have the money to complete the project. They want to see what the plans are for the project and where you're getting the money from to do the project, that you have everything in line that you can complete the project. So in the event that you lose your job, you're not just going to destroy their collateral, but you'll be able to complete the project and their collateral is not at risk. That's why. Now, your bank isn't sending people to do drive-bys on your house to check on you. But what if your neighbor's a jerk and they complain about everything and they see that you're doing work on your house? They could look up in the tax records and see who your lender is, and they could contact your lender and report you and say that you know that they know that you're doing work on your house with that, and probably didn't get their permission to do it. Then the lender can look into it. And if you don't generally that lender will give you 30 days to finish that project. And if you can't do it, they'll start foreclosure on you. I'm not trying to teach you a way to be spiteful and get people in trouble. I'm just saying the ways that stuff can happen.
I never knew that. I thought you just had to get permits and stuff. I never knew you had to tell your lender.
You got to tell your lender too, because
I didn't know that.
you know, you got a loan from them and you pledged that property as collateral for the loan. See, a lot of times once you got the property, you're like, you forget all about the lender as long as you make your monthly mortgage payment, right?
Right.
That's your only concern. But don't forget that all that paperwork that you signed, there's certain obligations that you had made to them. You told them that you're going to make sure that you keep up with the property's insurance, that you're going to be responsible for paying the taxes, that you're going to make sure that before you do any major modifications, you're going to get their permission first. You're going to notify them because they want to make sure you're not jeopardizing that collateral that you pledged as the property that you pledged as collateral for the loan. That's a big one. That's like gets you scratching your head. Wow, I never thought about it before, you know? That's one of those head scratchers.
First thing we did when we bought our house was pulled out the kitchen.
Did you tell your lender that that's what your plan was?
No.
Listen, most people don't do it. But look, whether it's you, I'm going to give you an example. Whether it's you or one of your friends, I know we all know people like this, whether it's us or it's somebody else. You got a friend that ever started a project on their house and it's like the never-ending project?
Right.
Right? It's like they started a project and it's like, oh, when I get home from work, last thing I want to do is work on my house, you know? It's like mechanics usually got the worst cars because the last thing they do when they come home from work is want to work on their own car, right? So they got these never-ending projects. And I usually give the story of this one friend I have who did this. And he gutted his kitchen and all the walls and everything for that matter between his kitchen and the dining room. And it was like that for years. I mean, you could see the electric wiring behind the walls. All you saw was the studs and the electric wiring behind the walls. But he still had his countertops and sink and stuff there. But it's like everything was ripped up. You're walking around on plywood floors, you know, because he was going to redo everything. Just took forever to do for him to get around to it. One wife later, he finished the project. Okay, one wife later. And then he started a new project. He knocked out the back wall from his dining room and put in a nice sliding glass door there. Just be careful. The first step is a doozy. He never put the deck in yet. One project after the other, one incomplete project after the other. So if he ever got foreclosed on, you know, the lender would have a tough time selling the property to recoup their money. All right. So they have to maintain the property in good condition too. Look, if your grass is overgrown and you never cut it, you don't maintain the property, it starts falling apart from the exterior even, you know, the lender can give you 30 days to fix it. You know, sometimes the city, neighbors could complain, the city could complain to your lender. The city would reach out to your lender and say, hey, listen, the property owner here that has a loan through you, they're not maintaining their grass here. And it's becoming a problem that we're getting, there's garbage being dumped there, there's rodents. It's becoming a hazard, a health hazard for the community. And that lender can be held liable as well. So the lender can foreclose on the owner if they don't do it, if they don't cut the grass and clean up. A lot of municipalities, when we had all the mortgage meltdown, people were having a lot of foreclosures. A lot of municipalities changed their local ordinances that said that if the grass is over a certain length and the owner doesn't cut it, either the municipality can pay a contractor to go in and cut it on your property and then bill you for it, or even bill you double or triple the cost to do it. And if the owner, or they could just mandate that the owner do it. And if the owner doesn't do it, they start fining them thousands of dollars per day. And if it goes on for so long, the municipality can take your property. They could foreclose on you because you didn't cut the grass. Because a lot of people were abandoning their homes. Instead of doing short sales, they're getting foreclosed on. They just leave the house. The municipality can take it. Secure a permission before adding any second mortgages within 30 days. Because when you first buy the house, they don't want you getting any second loans because they want to make sure that that first lien holder has their lien recorded in a public record in the first lien position. Why? Because in the event of foreclosure, they want to make sure they get paid back first. All right. So go to provisions for default on the next page, page 227, provisions for default. And next to the title, I want you to highlight, I want you to write first step in foreclosure next to provisions for default. I want you to write first step in foreclosure, just like I have written here in the slide. And then highlight the acceleration clause assists the lender in foreclosure. The acceleration clause assists the lender in foreclosure.
What did you say we have to highlight? I'm sorry.
Okay, so next to the title, you're writing that the lender assists, first step in foreclosure, and then you're going to highlight acceleration clause assists the lender in foreclosure. That's right there under provisions for default. You see it?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, what happens even before that? Well, before the borrower falls behind in their mortgage payments, before they start foreclosure, way before that, the lien holder would record a lis pendens in the public record. So at the end of that paragraph, that same paragraph, I want you to write, before this, a lis pendens is recorded. So right before this, a lis pendens is recorded. So the acceleration clause, what is that? It assists the lender in foreclosure. How? Well, when you fall behind on your mortgage payments by about 2 months, that's when the lender will file a lis pendens in the public record, stating that a possible future legal action is pending. What would that legal action be? if you're not making your mortgage payments?
What was the question?
Foreclosure.
Foreclosure. I said, if you're not making your mortgage payments, you miss 2 payments, the lender files a lis pendens in the public record that states that a possible future legal action is pending. What would that legal action be? Foreclosure. They're putting the world on notice that this person is behind in their mortgage payments and that there's a possible legal future action that is called foreclosure. So when you fall behind on your mortgage payments, the lender is going to be making collection calls to the homeowner, to that borrower. Yes, you missed your mortgage payment. Are you going to be making that payment anytime soon? This is a reminder. They'll be calling after a while. They'll be calling daily. Can you make a payment today? A partial payment even. Can you make anything? And there will be a point that the borrower will stop getting those calls from the collector for the mortgage payments. When that happens, you know they enacted the acceleration clause. The acceleration clause basically states that they accelerated the terms of repayment, that the full debt is due and owing immediately. So even at this point, if that homeowner were to call the lender to make a partial payment, the lender would not accept it. Why would they not accept it? Because they already started the foreclosure process. And if they accepted any partial payments, it could be deemed by the court that you had some kind of an agreement in place with that borrower that they could get caught up somehow. So what kind of contract would that be? Where the actions of the lender accepting a partial payment could create that kind of a picture. What kind of contract is created by one's actions rather than their words?
Implied.
An implied contract. Exactly. That's why the lender won't accept any payment unless you could pay the full amount outstanding, including late fees and penalties, etc. Because if they accept any kind of payment from you, it could be construed by the court. If you went to the foreclosure court and actually showed up and said, "But Your Honor, I made a partial payment to them. They said that I could get caught up and we would work it out. They did accept the payment from me." The judge would be like, "Wait, what? They accepted a payment from you? Do you have any evidence of that?" And if you could show that you made a payment and that they accepted, the judge will ask them, "Why did you accept payment from them?" If you're going to move forward with foreclosure, you shouldn't have accepted any payment from them. That creates an implied contract that your actions of accepting that payment, that maybe there was some kind of an agreement in place that you had. So they may throw that foreclosure out of court. That's why the lender will never accept payments from you after they enact the acceleration clause, unless you could pay the full amount that's outstanding and get all caught up. All right. So the defeasance clause is the next thing. Under other clauses in the next section, the second paragraph, I want you to highlight defeasance clause ensures that when the debt is repaid, the mortgagor has no further claim on the property. I'm sorry, the mortgagee has no further claim on the property. So the defeasance clause kind of sounds like the word defeats, defeasance, defeated. When the debt's repaid, it says the lender has no further claim on the property. There's no outstanding mortgage. They got no interest in your property anymore now. You own it free and clear now, right? So therefore, it is the defeasance clause that requires the lender now to go back to the public records and file another document called a satisfaction of lien, showing that the loan had been paid off. So if anybody searches the public records now, they could see, well, they took out a loan, that loan created a lien on the property, but then on this date, that lien was satisfied. So they've never removed liens from the public record. Once you add a document to the public record, it's there forever. They could search the public records though and add another document that said that you satisfied the lien. So now any future interested party can search the public records, see they had a lien. Oh, now that lien was satisfied. They never removed the lien. They just add another document to the public record. Okay. And then you should ensure that they remove that lien. Get some kind of evidence from them that they filed it, that they filed that satisfaction of lien. It's important. It's very important. I had a friend who she tried selling her house just a couple of years ago. And she owned the house for years. She raised a family in it. Now she's looking to sell the house. She put it up on the market. She found a buyer. Buyer came in, put an offer, went to attorney review, inspections, all that stuff. They do the title search. It comes back that the guy she bought the house from, their lender never filed a satisfaction of lien on the property. Even though she knows it was paid off, because when she got her loan paid off their loan, and the guy got some profit and went on his way, right? But their lender never filed a satisfaction of lien. So as far as this new buyer is concerned, it's not just her current mortgage that she has on the property, but it's still showing an outstanding mortgage from the previous owner. Would you want to buy that property?
No. Crazy.
Liens run with the land, right?
Yeah.
So if you bought that property, now you're buying a property that's got two liens on it that are outstanding, not just one. As far as that new buyer's concerned, this house ain't worth it. You got two loans outstanding on the property. They're worth more than the house. So she tried to clear that up. How do you clear it up? Sorry, you gotta get closer. I can't hear you.
Is it a suit to clear the title or something like that it was called? Like to get the clouds off the title or something?
Well, hold on. Let's think a little more practically first, instead of who you taking to court? Who you suing? What's going on? How would you clear this up? Well, how should it have been cleared up in the first place?
It should have been paid.
Whose responsibility was it to clear that up?
The person who took out the mortgage.
Okay. Whose responsibility was it to make sure that it was cleared up when you bought it?
The person who sold it to you?
No, it's the seller's responsibility to make sure, and the seller's attorney's responsibility to make sure any liens are paid off and those satisfactions have been filed. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that they did that? It's the buyer's attorney. Isn't a title search? Isn't a title search part of the? Isn't that part of an inspection?
Oh yeah, then you would have known about it already anyway, so you wouldn't.
Yeah, but they should have followed up there at closing and to make sure that they filed that satisfaction of lien. Apparently, her attorney didn't do that. But you know what? She got title insurance when she bought the house anyway, right? So what is title insurance would pay it off then, right? Or title insurance searches the public records, make sure that it's paid off. So maybe the title insurance, it was not the attorney, but the title company's job too, right? She knows that she paid the attorney for title insurance. So I told her, I said, contact the insurance company, your title insurance company. She's like, well, I can't find that information. I was like, well, then your attorney should have it still in his old transaction folder. Your attorney should have that information of who the title company it was that he got it through. Contact your attorney, right? Boom. That ends the problem, right?
Right.
So she contacted the old attorney and She told him about the problem she's having and that she needs the information for the title company. He was giving her all kinds of problems about giving her the title company's information. And she said, well, listen, I paid you for title insurance. You know, we need to get I need the title insurance company's information so that they can clear up the problem. You know what he told her? Well, that's your problem. What do you mean it's my problem? Like, you have these records, I need these records. I paid you for title insurance. I need to know who that insurance company is so that they can fix the problem because we got a problem. They never did what they were supposed to. He told her it's her problem. She found out he never bought the title insurance. He put the money in his pocket.
Wow. It's a lawsuit.
The attorney didn't, yeah, right. So what did you just say? Repeat that.
That's a lawsuit.
Okay, who you suing?
The guy who just ripped you off.
And who was that? That was your attorney.
Yeah.
So you got to sue your own attorney.
Yeah. I mean, they
Oh.
obviously know that they're breaking the law.
And that's exactly what I told her to do. I was like, well, there's two things you could do. You could file a complaint with the Bar Association, who manages attorneys' licenses. Although she found out that filing a complaint with the bar will cost you $3,000.
Yeah.
Or you could try suing them. So she tried doing that. She went to a lot of attorneys. Nobody would sue them.
Wow, that sucks.
You know why nobody would sue them? Attorneys love to sue. They'll sue each other. They don't care. So what's so special about this guy? He's now a New Jersey Superior Court judge.
Wow.
No attorney wants to sue a Superior Court judge that they may have to plead a case in front of someday.
Right.
Wow. So now what do you do?
Go to the bar and pay that $3,000 because he shouldn't be a superior. Yeah.
No, he shouldn't. But the bar probably ain't gonna do that. She could file a complaint with them. And basically, the more complaints that you have on your license, their malpractice insurance will go through the roof. However, you got to pay $3,000 to do that. And she's like, I just want my damn title insurance cleared up. Now, I don't know how she eventually got it cleared up. But look, the next step would be, okay, so we can't find out who the title insurance company is. The attorney's obviously not helpful. Maybe we could reach out to the lender, who that lender is, and get them to file the paperwork that they should have filed to begin with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's try to avoid problems, do things the easier way, right? So let's go to them. Maybe they could clear it up. Got a little issue now.
What?
They're out of business.
What is this like back alley bullshit?
Look, sometimes we got compounding problems. In this, we have one issue with the attorney who didn't order the title insurance like he should have. The lender never filed the satisfaction of lien, and then the lender went out of business.
Crazy.
Or they were sold or bought. I don't know. They're out of business. They're gone now. No, they were out of business. They went out of business. So now what? I don't know. I don't know what she did, but she ended up finally able to clear it up. I don't know if they filed a suit to quiet title or with the lender, showing that it was paid off somehow. I don't know how you would do that, but somehow she eventually did it, but it took her over 2 years to do it. So that buyer was long gone. It took her over 2 years to clear this problem up and then put the property on the market again, get another buyer, and then finally sell the property.
Crazy.
So don't always, basically the moral of the story, the reason why I'm telling it to you is don't assume that the people who are supposed to do their jobs are doing it just because they're a lawyer. There's plenty of friggin' incompetent or lazy lawyers out there. The lender didn't go file the paperwork like they were supposed to. Maybe they overlooked it. I don't know. They're obviously mismanaging their company to begin with if they went out of business, because God knows lenders make a lot of money.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Estoppel. Under assignment of the mortgage, I want you to highlight where it's in bold. Estoppel certificate is executed by the borrower and it verifies the amount that remains to be repaid and the interest rate. And then I want you to go Did everybody highlight that? Everybody highlight that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, underneath that paragraph, I want you to write, reduction certificate. Reduction certificate. I want you to write this underneath that paragraph. Reduction certificate is the same as an estoppel, but signed by the lender.
Wait, where is
Reduc-
this?
Reduction certificate.
What page
You,
is this?
you see the spelling here on the slide? Reduction certificate is
What
the
page is
same thing as an estoppel certificate, but signed by the lender.
What page is this?
You're on page 227.
Oh.
Under assignment of the mortgage, you highlighted estoppel certificate. Executed
Oh,
by the
okay.
borrower, verifies the amount that remains to be repaid and the interest rate. And under that paragraph, you're writing this in. Reduction certificate is the same thing as an estoppel, but signed by the lender. And I'm going to give you a cross-reference to write, see page 229. But let me explain to you what this is now after you got that all written down. Reduction certificate is the same thing as an estoppel, but signed by the lender. See page 229. Did you get that?
Got it.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me explain what an estoppel certificate is. I mean, I explained what it is. It's a document that's signed by the, so when a lender sells a loan, actually here, this explains it all. When the lender sells a loan, so let's say you got a loan that was originated from the lender that you got your mortgage from. Now, when that lender sells the loan, the mortgagor, that's you, the borrower, signs that paperwork, okay? You sign this estoppel certificate that verifies the terms of the loan. Now, they verify the original loan amount, the remaining balance, the monthly mortgage payment, the interest rate, and the term of the repayment. Monthly, what have you, biweekly, okay? All of this has to be verified because when your local lender lends you that money, often they lend you that money with the intent of, after, they call that loan origination. When they originated a loan to you to buy the property, they often originate that loan with the intent of later reselling it to some investor. Because your lender is not planning on holding that loan for 30 years. They want to originate that loan and then resell it to some investor to get all their money back so that they could write another loan to someone else. And in the meantime, that investor is going to pay them all their money back, plus some of the interest in advance. And that's how that lender makes money. This is the way banking works, okay? You go to your local bank to get a loan to buy a house. Your bank, where do they get that money from that they're lending you? Any idea?
No.
No.
Where are the lenders getting the money to lend to borrow to get
Yeah, here, hold on.
the
hold on.
banks?
Let's
investors.
Let's draw a picture. You got the local bank. Here's your bank. That's your bank. Where do they get the money from to lend to you to buy a house? Because you
People
want
that's giving money, people that's depositing their money in the bank.
Yeah, investors.
investors. Who are the investors that invest in banks?
Is it not like anytime we put money in savings or money market and we kind of wrap them up in the bank for a certain amount of time, don't they use that money to lend out again? But
You guys
to lend-
you guys got a bank account?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. You guys
Oh,
have
okay.
a bank, you guys have a bank account. You're depositing that money into the bank. So you're putting that money into the bank, right? Why?
So it's from us.
Why are you putting money in the bank?
So you can save money. So you can
I could save money in my pillow.
so you can gain interest on it, hopefully, right?
Okay. So that you can earn more money, right? And that money is called interest. Wait a minute. What do they just make money out of thin air? They just give you money because you put it in their pillow instead of your own? No.
No.
So where does the bank get the money from, that extra money from to pay you? Well, the bank originates loans for people to buy homes, okay? So they call this loan origination. Now, when that loan is originated for you to buy a house, you have to make monthly mortgage payments back to the lender, right? To pay back that money. Now, that loan payment that you're making includes principal plus interest on the payments, right? Principal is the amount that you borrowed, broken down to monthly payments, plus interest. They're adding interest into those payments. So your monthly payment back to the bank includes both the principal and a little extra called interest. Why do they lend you money? To earn interest on it. Okay. Think of it as the rent to borrow someone else's money. The rent to borrow. All right. So you're paying a lender rent to use their money. Does that make sense?
It does, but where does the bank get their money from?
Well, they're depositors. This is their depositors' money. You deposit money in the bank.
Okay, so from us.
And why do you deposit money in the bank? To earn interest.
Right.
Right? So you deposit money in the bank so that you can earn interest on that money. Right? Oh, I'm misspelling stuff. Don't worry about it. All right. So you're depositing money so that you can earn interest. And then where are they getting that interest to pay you? Well, they're lending your money out to somebody to buy a house or to buy a car or what have you. And then they charge them, they tell them what the rate, how much their monthly payment is that they need to pay them back, plus interest. So as long as they're borrowing that money, they have to pay the money back plus interest. Interest is the rent that you pay to use someone else's money. Okay, so
okay, now I understand.
So the I equals interest, which is the rent to use someone else's money. Hold on a second. I got all these videos here. It's in my way here. Let me move that out of the way. The rent to use someone else's money. All right. So you're paying back the bank their money that they used plus some interest every month. And then that bank shares some of that interest with you. So look, let's just say that the bank is paying you 2% on the money that you have. And they want to earn 2% when they lend the money out to somebody to buy a house. What's the interest rate that the bank has to charge the buyer, the borrower? %4. So this 2% that they're charging them is called a margin. Okay, that's the markup, right? If it costs me 2% to lend you money, because that's how much the margin is, because that's the cost of the money, because that's what they're paying in interest to their depositors, then they need to charge another 2% if they want to make 2% on it so that they can make money. So then they got to charge that borrower 4%. Make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that's how the banks will make the money. However, your typical mortgage loans is 30 years. What if their depositors want their money back now? You want to go to the bank and you want to take the money out now. That money's not going to be there. So banks cannot keep all that money lent out for the 30 years to get it back. So what they do is after they originate this loan, they got a piece of paper now. This is your loan. Should make that writing larger. Hold on a second. They got a piece of paper for everybody that they make loans out to. This is your loan. It's your loan documents, right? Now, the bank will then sell this to an investor here. You got another company here that's probably another bank. These are investors.
Oh, okay. So this is what, when I asked you why do they keep selling off our mortgage?
Yep. They will sell this loan. They sell the loan to an investor who will then hold on to it for the 30 years and collect the interest and the principal back. So this loan is sold to the investor pays the bank back all the money plus interest, right? And now when the depositors come to get their money out, it's there. Now, sometimes these investors that are holding on to the loan for the full 30 years don't want to be sending out the billing and collecting from the homeowner. So the investor will also pay the bank additional money if they do the collections from the homeowner. So the homeowner continues to make the mortgage payments of principal and interest to the bank, and the investor will pay the lender an additional fee for doing the collection costs. So how do banks make money? Well, they lend out the money, the borrower pays that money back plus interest, but they don't hold on to it for the full term. So that lender will sell that loan to an investor who pays them back all the money that they lent out to originate this purchase, plus some interest up front, plus a fee, what they call a servicing fee, to continue doing the monthly mortgage collections. And that's how banking works in a nutshell. Not the best drawings, but basically the explanation is a dumbed down, simplified explanation of how banking works in general. Okay? So you guys understand that? Now, did you guys understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully that was clear as I was drawing it, because now it looks like a mess. All right. Now this investor, when they're purchasing this loan from the bank, they're not trusting that the bank is saying, hey, this is a loan for $300,000 for 30 years at a 5% interest rate. And there's an outstanding balance still of whatever it is, right? They're going to ask the buyer, the borrower, the mortgagor, to sign a document and give to them called an estoppel certificate to verify all this information. Because what is an estoppel certificate? When a lender sells a mortgage, okay, it verifies the original loan amount, the remaining balance, what the monthly payments are, the interest rate, and the terms of repayment, what your monthly mortgage payment is. So this borrower is signing the document verifying all that information, which is then given to the investor. But the bank is buying the loan from the investor is buying that loan from the bank. So they want the bank to also confirm that in writing in a document. But they don't call that an estoppel certificate.
That's the one with an R you just told us.
Yeah. How do you spell estoppel? Hold on a second. I'm screwing up here. Is that an E or a
ESTOPPLE.
Yeah, it's EL. Okay.
EL.
I screwed that up. Okay, so the estoppel. So this is an estoppel certificate where the borrower verifies the amounts and the interest rates and the terms. The document that the bank gives to the investor that verifies the same information, that does the same thing as an estoppel, is called a reduction certificate. So we understand what it is now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Good, 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 excellent. Now you just need to remember it. All right, so the reduction certificate does the same thing as an estoppel certificate, but it's signed by the lender to verify the loan terms. It's given to the investor who buys the loan from the lender. Look, often when you go get a mortgage loan to buy a house, that lender originates the loan. And they already know an investor who wants to buy it from them in advance. You know how?
How?
Because they know that lender gives them certain lending guidelines that say, we'll buy a one-family house in Union County for up to a certain dollar amount, if it's in a certain area. We will, but the borrower, and if the borrower, so they give criteria about the house and the price range of the house, depending where it's located. They will give them their criteria for the borrower, that their debt to income ratio has to be within certain guidelines, and they, their credit score has to be a certain minimum credit score. Wait, aren't those called lending guidelines? So those lending guidelines, whose are they? Are they the banks or the investors?
Investor.
Well, the investor creates the guidelines for the loans that they're willing to buy from the bank.
Yeah.
And if the bank has the intention of reselling your loan to an investor, what do you think they're going to do to their lending guidelines?
Follow.
They're going to make them match those that the investor are willing to buy, right? Now they know that if we give a person a loan and it meets those lending guidelines, that this investor is going to buy them from us. It's a no-brainer. They already have it all lined up. That's how lending works. Your bank lends its depositors money knowing that they're going to get it back because they only lend them money if the borrower meets certain lending criteria. They don't make those criteria up. Some investor does. And so they just make the criteria for this loan program, because this loan program is basically loans that investor will buy. They have different loan programs that a different investor will buy. That's why they have the various different loan programs. This is how it works.
Yeah,
This is why they're doing it like that. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, I never knew that stuff.
Yeah, because a lot of times it's stuff in the background. We really don't need to know it, but it's good to know it. Okay, so let's go to the next thing. Usury. Actually, other clauses, notes, negotiable interest. Okay, usury. Let's highlight the title usury in the book here, and just right next to it, illegal. Prevents loan sharking. That's the purpose of usury laws. Usury, we need to know this word, it's always on exam. Usury is charging an illegally high rate of interest. Usury laws only apply to private parties who lend money. Basically, it does not apply to any lender that is in any way, shape, or form related to the federal government. What do I mean by related to the federal government? I mean, if their depositors' funds that they're lending are insured by the FDIC or FSLIC, if the loans are going to be insured by the FHA or guaranteed by the VA, if they're planning on reselling those loans to any institutions or investors whose insurance or deposits or whatever are going to be insured by any governmental program or insurance program, or if they're planning on reselling the loans to Fannie Mae, IndyMac, or any other governmental agency. That means basically usury laws don't apply to them. Usury laws only apply to me if I want to give you seller financing when you buy my house, as an example. There's laws that say I cannot charge you over a certain interest rate. So check this out. On this slide, I put together the information for you. I broke it down all in the slide, but it's here if you were to read it in the book. Sellers may charge no more than 16% interest rate on the first mortgage. However, if it's the home of their primary residence, they could charge you as much as 30% when selling their own private primary residence. 30%. That's a high interest rate, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what the scary part is, though? This rule doesn't apply to lenders that basically are in any way related to the federal government. If they wanted to, they could charge more. What's the interest rates on your credit cards looking like?
I don't know.
Sometimes they're high. You miss a payment, over 30%. Let me explain one more thing and we'll hop off. I put up the attendance poll there for you guys to answer it, but let me explain one more thing before we hop off. Okay, so usury is charging an illegally high rate of interest. That's all you need to know for exams, and you'll always see it on both school and state exam. There's something called an imputed interest. That means that if the lender's not charging a high enough interest rate, the IRS can step in and impute a higher interest rate so that they could tax you accordingly and get their fair share of their money. So if I lend you money, to do a seller financing, for example, the IRS, if I charge you too low of an interest rate, the IRS can step in and say, no, you need to charge at least 9% interest rate. Or an amount that's equal to the applicable federal rate, the AFR, whichever is lower. So that they could then tax you, they could tax you on that and get their money.
That's annoying.
That's messed up. If you get a seller that's willing to give you low interest rate financing, the IRS can step in and be like, hey, we want to make some money off of this. You need to charge more. Well, that's pretty screwed up. They call that an imputed interest rate, and it only applies to transactions that are $2.8 million or less. So they're not targeting the rich man on this. They're targeting people that are not rich. Get rid of the IRS. We don't need the IRS, right? Start a revolution. All right. Now, no prepayment penalties are allowed in New Jersey. You know what? We'll get into that